Hello everybody, NCS fan 001 here. Oh, I need to remove that image actually as well. Or actually no, I can just hide it. Right, I can do that. Because that was of course my trophy tracker for when we're playing the Black Ops games. Which we will of course be continuing on with Black Ops 2 soon. I think we're going to try to play Black Ops 2 again tomorrow. Let me know if you guys can hear me and everything else correctly, because we're doing this without, other mics or anything this time. Hey, Chris, just the AT-AT job. Have half the trophies already been doing it on and off for over a week. Love the references. Awesome. I can't freaking wait. We all know that I love me some power washing. This is one of my favorite games recently, so yeah. Hey, Patrick. Yep, I finished Black Ops 1 yesterday. Platinum's done, and actually, we got 69 out of 70 trophies. We're only missing one. It's one of the most annoying ones in the game, though. It's the one, Okay, so I don't think we access DLC jobs from this. I think we have to do something else for that. It's the one for one of the excavator trophies we haven't finished yet. I'm still surprised with this whole thing, though. Like, we've gotten all these furniture items. I've placed all of them, and cleaned all of them. But, like, at the same time, it only fills up, like, 37%, so... I don't know. Alright, let's start washing. So the only thing I don't like with this game right now is that the Caldera Chronicles don't seem to save correctly. Like, as you can see, I've actually cleared both of these jobs before. But it's like they don't officially save. So, yeah, I don't fully... It's like they don't officially save. Like, they've got the check marks there, but not to, like, this little meter right here. Hey, Chris, you're all good, man. You guys let me know if the audio and everything sounds right now that we're not using the other mic or anything like that. Star Wars. So we start out with the Lars Homestead. Our first of 6 jobs, because apparently we actually get 6 this time, which is pretty awesome. Here, you're the best cleaning droid in the Outer Rim. Well, I'll be the judge of that. We've had another sandstorm. Bad one. I knew it was coming when all the fly horns took off. As you'll see, the homestead is encrusted in mud and sand. I need you to clean the lot. Let's jump on in. Alright, so what power washer have we been given? We have a professional duty washer, of course. And... gonna start out with the yellow tip nozzle. Very good. And I also need to check, because we do have trophies for this DLC, of course. That's why we're playing it. Audio works? Perfect. So, let's go ahead and... thought I would have jumped to the top because I started playing it. Oh well. So there are 10 trophies, as always. 6 of them are just for completing the jobs, which is easy enough. So the Lars Homestead job, we have to spray the T-16 Skyhopper while standing on the EG-6 power droid. Is that the EG-6? That is the EG-6. And then we need to spray something of Luke's. His Skyhopper, whatever that is. But thankfully there's no, like, actually even potentially problematic trophies this time around. There's only one that's a full job-spanning one, which is super nice. So this DLC looks to be one of the easier ones we've gotten, even if it is a little bit longer, which is totally fine. I mean, I love Powerwash, so... Hey, Robbie? Have to clean that droid off so it starts moving. Oh, okay. Okay. It's just ultimate satisfaction is back. But yeah, I've cleared all the Caldera Chronicles so far, but it's like they don't fully save your progress correctly, so you can't actually tell if you've... Well, it kind of lets you know that you finished them, but not as officially as it probably should. And spray in the air while standing on it. Removes that spot where the Skyhopper is. Okay, sounds good. But the plan is for us to potentially start Black Ops 2 tomorrow, officially. I mean, we technically played it for a short time, for like 1 day, but kept having server problems and everything, so we just didn't keep playing it. Hopefully they actually patched some of the problems with the online, because, like, really want to be able to play the online in those games, but so far they have not done a good job of it. They had a chance to save gaming, but nope, they didn't do the best job with the ports. It was fun playing the campaign and zombies again, though. Like, streaming the zombies has been some of the most fun I've had playing a game in a while, aside from Powerwash, probably. And a few of the LEGO games here and there. Okay, let's get its legs. What's left on you? A little bit on the top. And a lot of floor that we still have to clean, so let's just start getting that. We're already 5% of the way through this job. I assume this is not one of the bigger ones, though. Like, the X-Wing is going to be a small one, but the Super Star Destroyer bridge is probably pretty big. The AT-AT is certainly going to be big. Maybe we can knock off Transit and Die Rise in one night. That'd be great if we could knock those out. Try to get to round 20 on every map in Black Ops 1. I don't think that would do very well as a stream. I don't think people care enough. They mostly are here for trophies and achievements. And sometimes Fallout stuff. Yeah, we will have to see about what happens with those Fallout remasters. I think that they might do, like, Fallout 3 Remaster might come out at around the time of Season 3, which is supposed to come out probably next year. I would assume it's going to come out next year. Hopefully early next year. So that might be when Fallout 3 happens. Or it might even come out around the time... Oh, you don't happen to understand the binary language of moisture vaporators, do you? What about bocce? You speak that? I do not speak bocce, and I do not understand how to communicate with a moisture evaporator. I am not C-3PO. I am a cleaning droid. I am not C-3PO. I'm not even a protocol droid, I don't believe. I'll take that as a no. The search continues, you guess. So this must be set before Episode 4, actually. Here for the fun and gameplay. Oh, missed a spot up there. Alright, we're already 12% of the way on this job, which is awesome. Because the Adventure Time DLC was pretty quick. It was pretty easy as well. But it went by very quickly, because it was only like 1 4-hour stream cleared most of it. Then I did a lot of the cleaning off-stream, because there wasn't really a point of showing it. Oh, it's just nice and relaxing. It's been nice, because, like, these last few days have been so chaotic, because of all the, Black Ops stuff we've been streaming. All that stuff is very chaotic. It's nice to play something a little more chill, a little more casual. Like, extremely casual. Like seeing the Black Ops gameplay for zombies. You'll definitely be getting more zombies gameplay. You'll definitely be seeing that soon. When we jump onto Black Ops 2, you'll definitely be getting zombies gameplay there. Obviously, though, Black Ops 3 I've been done with for years. Platinumed it years ago. I wonder if he's going to talk to us at every 10% with more references. Guess we'll find out here in just a moment. This is going to be one of those where there's probably 1 or 2 real hidden little things around the map. Oh, yep, he is going to talk to us. Make sure you do a good job. The sand gets everywhere when you let it. Are you going to make a sand reference? I don't like sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Or whatever Anakin says. Ah, no sand reference. No Anakin reference. Darn it. Just got the trophy for opening 200 chests in Trials of Mana. Nice. I was hoping for a sand reference. I don't like sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. As long as they're only references to the sequel trilogy or how bad it is, I'll be happy. But yeah, nice casual day of power washing. What have you guys been up to today? I had work, and that was basically it. Ate some chicken for dinner. That was pretty much my whole day. Not anything super exciting. Tomorrow's not super exciting either. Gonna be fairly busy these next couple of weeks, though. Really gotta get working on the Black Ops 2 guide tomorrow and over the weekend. Finally got a little bit of rain here, which was nice. Been in a drought all year so far, which is a little surprising because we had kind of a cooler than normal spring. And it really hasn't been a super hot, like, summertime either. Like, yeah, we've had plenty of warm days, but it hasn't been one of the hotter summers that I can remember. We've only had a couple of days when it got up over 100, which is kind of unusual for us. We usually get more. Alright, we're almost a quarter of the way there. Get these floors cleaned up, looking a little bit nicer. Yep, already 25% of the way there, which is awesome. Black Ops 7 was a shit campaign. Yeah, that was a very dumb campaign. I got some laughs out of how stupid it was, and I do at least give them credit for making it a co-op campaign, because that makes it a little more tolerable. Or I'm sure it would have made it more tolerable. I am happy that they did that. But I am not looking forward to going back to that game again anytime soon. I would like to get both stacks of it done before Modern Warfare 4 comes out. Alongside at least one stack of each Call of Duty, which, I mean, I've already got one version of Black Ops 1 basically done. It's just the other version of Black Ops 1 that I still got to do. Which, again, I'm not worried about the single-player stuff. I'm not even all that worried about the zombies, because we didn't have too much trouble with the zombies. That'll be nice, though, because I won't be recording any of that, so I'll just be able to sort of lock in and focus on finishing everything. I don't think that Ghost and Killer are going to join in for that version, though. I don't think they're super interested in doing the PS4 versions. But as someone who's done almost every Call of Duty list, I kind of have to. Speaking of that, I might want to actually pick up everything for Advanced Warfare for PS3 with the whole shop shutting down. I actually found a game that I might want to try to play on PS3. It's a Top Gun game. Like, there's 2 official Top Gun games on PS3. Or, no, one of them... Are they both PS3 or... No, wait, I think they're both... Yeah, they're both PS3, because it has an online pass. Because, of course, it does. But it still has functioning servers, which is crazy. I think that could be something unique to play. It's not a super long game, either. It would have to be boosted, of course, but that's totally fine. I'm sure I can find a boosting partner out there. I think it's only a 2-person boost. Actually, if it's a 2-person one, I could literally just bring in my second PS3 and buy 2 copies and 2 online passes and potentially do it that way. I haven't done that in forever, though. I haven't done that since the old PS3 boosting days. Like, Far Cry 2 might have been the last time I did that. Or no, I used it a little bit when we did Operation Raccoon City. Just so we could fill a spot. And we have another little droid here to clean up. Hey, Mr. Lars, you got quite a few droids here, don't you know? Why were you out there shopping for new ones? You clearly have several droids already. You really need another one? I guess you can never have too many droids in this universe. I guess they all do different things. Alright, we're already 37%, so well over a third of the way, which is pretty crazy. Like I said, this seems to be one of the shorter jobs. X-Wing will be a short one. Millennium Falcon might not be super long either. AT-AT is probably going to be a bigger one. The bridge is probably going to be a bigger one, and I don't remember what the last one is. And the AT-AT is the only one where we can't use soap. Not that I usually use it anyway, but just keep that in mind that you can't use soap on that one for one of the trophies, which is a little bit of a strange one, but okay. Oh, Luke Skywalker's talking to us, okay. Hey, Uncle Owen didn't tell me we had a new droid on the farm. You're from Mechas 3, aren't you? A PO... Oh, a Power Washer 2 droid, that's pretty good. I am a Power Washer 2 droid. Even the droids have seen more of the galaxy than I have. Yeah, this has got to be set then... I wonder if this is going to be like a concurrent story to the sequel trilogy. Or to the original trilogy, not the sequel trilogy. I wonder if this is just like a concurrent story to it in a more peaceful version of that universe. Like that they're adding zombies to Modern Warfare. Yeah, I'm not happy they did that. Oh yeah, the PS3 Top Gun game. I'm talking about Hardlock, so yeah, the second one you commented about. I know the other one shut down, unfortunately. That one doesn't even have a Platinum, so I don't really even care that much about that one. But Hardlock is still obtainable, so if I just buy 2 copies of the game, I can just bring in my second PS3 and do it that way. Just to boost it. That might honestly be easier. Because I don't know anyone else in the world that's going to go be, like, rushing out to buy that game and finishing it. Alright, 42% already. You got the God of War Platinum. Yes, I've got in the God of War 2018 Platinum. That's my only one, though. I still need to play Ragnarok. Okay, what is left on this little droid right here? What's left on you, little fella? Ah, something on your... Hey, there he goes. I think I've been using the zoomed-in nozzle a little bit. Oh. Huh, it's like you can't really stay on top of him for some reason. Gonk, 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 gonk. I don't actually know where Luke's thing is. I assume it's in there. Okay, where is it? Yeah, because I haven't even looked in here yet. Oh, well, this room's quite dirty. Is it in here? No, that's a bathroom, pretty much. Ah, there it was. We got it. Platinums is the Greek God of War games, or... I mean, I don't really think that it matters that much. I can always censor stuff if I need to. But I don't really stream... Like, I streamed a little bit of God of War 2018, I think. Alright, so we knocked out the miscellaneous trophy here. Use a slightly wider nozzle for this. Or not wider, just shorter. Oh, a little bit of lag there. Sometimes happens, unfortunately. Alright, at that part. But nice, peaceful day of power washing. Certainly can't complain. It's a shame, though, it'll probably be another, 4 months until we get another piece of DLC for this. I don't know what we'll get next. I'll be curious to see what we get next. Knock out everything behind the pipe. And over here. I still got to go back and finish Star Wars, of course. The actual Star Wars Jedi game. Still got to go back and finish that. Which, I mean, I like the game, don't get me wrong, but it's just a long one. I haven't had a lot of time to just sit down and play. I'd benefit from to just be able to keep with it and not get distracted for once while working on it. Because I was going to start working on it a lot more heavily, and then, of course, the Black Ops ports dropped out of absolutely nowhere, so... Some profiles nearly got hacked because some DDoS guard popped up. Okay, I've never heard of that happening. Alright, so we're 50% of the way through. I can go ahead and show off well, no, I already showed off the trophies, but I want to check and see, because there's another one related to a droid. Block the MSE-6 repair droid. Now, I don't actually know what that is, because it's not this guy. And it's not this guy, so it must be in a different job. I'll just block this one just in case, though. Just in case that is somehow correct. I don't think it is, though. I think it's a different one. Definitely not him. He doesn't care that much. He's a gonk droid. He's a clanker. He's a little clanker. Alright. It's starting to lag a little bit, unfortunately. There's gonna be a bowing DLC for Powerwash 2? What do you mean? Like, did you mean to say bowling? Because there is a bowling alley. It's part of the Caldera Chronicles. I actually already did that one. Alright, let's get the backs of these. Don't know why it's lagging, or having so many little bits of lag tonight. It's not a great sign of things to come. Because I didn't run into any issues, I don't think, when I was doing the Caldera Chronicles. Hopefully that doesn't persist. If it does, I might have to jump out of the game and jump back in after finishing a job. Yeah, the bowling lane was actually pretty cool that we got. Because you can actually, knock the pins down and they reset and everything. You can knock the bowling balls down the alleyway and they actually go back to their, the bowling ball thing that spits them back out. Whatever you want, I don't even know what that's called. And it wasn't a super long job either. It was a pretty easy one. I would say it was easier than the first Caldera Chronicle we got, because the first one was actually a pretty big job with a lot of really tiny things in it, so... More free DLC? Yep, thankfully. I hope, well, at least I hope there are going to be more. I would assume there's going to be, because the first one had, 8 free DLC levels or something like that, plus all the paid ones. Seem to get them around the same time that we get the actual paid DLCs. Surprised they don't do a handful more of those. I feel like those, they could probably pump them out a little bit faster. Alright, get this door up here. It's starting to slow down on progress a little bit now that we're focusing in on specific things. Alright, that doorway's good. How about this doorway? Again, this game is significantly more generous than the first one is when it comes to cleaning everything, because you can have quite a few extra spots in this one compared to how you could in the first game, when you had to have basically every single individual dot cleaned up, so I do like that they were a little bit more forgiving in this one. You can't miss much, but you can miss at least a tiny bit, and it's not the end of the world. You're not just wandering around trying to find it. Hopefully I'll have some time to actually work on some of the editing and stuff soon, too. Especially Black Ops 1. I'd like to work on that one sooner rather than later, just because it's still new and fresh. Might be better for the algorithm. And it's not super long. It was only 6 streams and a couple other play sessions, so it took about, I think, 34 hours to get, 99% of the trophies. So I can at least start editing it. By the time I finish or get to the end of that, I can get the last trophy and add it in. Right, get this doorway. Get this. Doors are good. Get the undersides. And get that little tube thingy cleaned up. They should do a Battlefield Bad Company 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I would love those to get ports, actually. That would be... Or how about a full-blown, like, remake or remaster of them or something? Whether it be a full-blown... Well, I don't know. Remake or remaster doesn't always improve the game, as we saw with, say, Modern Warfare Remastered. Yeah, I would love to see those come back, because, like, I never got to play Bad Company 1 or 2, but I know a lot of how much people loved them. And Battlefield 3 was pretty fun. I played a lot more 4 and 1, though. Those were the two that I played the most out of. Especially Battlefield 1, I played a lot of online. That was probably the most I played out of any of them. That's probably my favorite Battlefield, actually, is Battlefield 1. Definitely one of the most unique games I've ever played, because it's a first-person shooter set in the First World War, which is so unusual. I mean, yes, I also played a History Channel game that was set during the Civil War, which was still one of the worst things I've ever tried to play. Even though the game was actually, unironically, kind of fun on the easiest difficulty, because you just really couldn't die on the easiest difficulty. You just kind of run around and not have to worry. Alright, we're up to almost 60%, so hopefully we get some more lore here anytime now. Yes, we're gonna get some lore now. And it's from Luke. Say, you wouldn't want to stay here after this, would you? Not really. Seems like a boring planet covered in sand. Hoping I can leave the farm soon to join Biggs at the academy. Well, you're gonna leave the planet soon enough, only because your aunt and uncle are dead. And because you gotta go be a Jedi warrior hero to save the universe. Or not the universe, the galaxy. Because there is just the galaxy. Remaster's better than a port, yeah. I don't know if we'll ever get game manuals inside anymore, though. I don't really think that's a thing that's gonna happen. Unless you get, like, a specially ordered version of something. Or, like, a limited run games, they might do manuals still, I'm not sure. Oh, I think I blocked the droid. Oh, well. Well, you're gonna get blocked again here in just a second, little fella, but whatever. Oh, they even made the ladder a little bit different, a little more spacey. Okay, door's good, second door's good. Get the wall, get the archway. Get the ground over 60%, which is awesome. Don't love those lag spikes every time the game saves, though. I feel like it's gonna crash on me any time now. Okay, then we get the upper wall. There's a lot of courtyard walls here to clean up, unfortunately. Okay, got that. Oh, and the droid stopped again. It's that little remote control. Homestead Systems remote controller. Okay, cool. And then that area. And is this one cleaned yet? Nope, not. One of them isn't. Alright, floor's good. Platinum Assassin's Creed games. I'm not really an Assassin's Creed person. Your internet crapped out on you and froze the video. Oh, that's not good. I mean, it's just cleaning, so it's mostly just a chill type of stream. Oh, those crates are not cleaned yet. Okay. Oh, yeah, they are definitely not clean on one side. Alright, now we got some interiors to clean up as well. And table and all that good stuff. So we should actually get some more progress quickly here for a few minutes. Alright, 65%. Almost 2/3 of the way there. On our first job. I wonder which one will be next. I got another little flower pot down there. Get the floor. Guess with how warm it is here, everything would probably dry about instantly unless it's a super humid planet. Alright, we're 2/3 of the way through our first job of the night. I don't know if this is going to be a single stream type of thing, or if I am going to have to come back to it for like half a stream in the future. Depends how long it ends up taking. Each prequel is C2 is a 20-30 minute movie. Okay. I mean, I'm just not an Assassin's Creed person. Never have been. I've tried playing the original one, which I know is not really the best one to play, but did not like it at all. And there's a guy played that years ago. Okay, clean the top of this thing. What is that? It's a cool unit? Interesting, I've never heard that as a word before. Alright, get the floor. Get the wall. No, I don't think I'm gonna play that game, Christine. Favorite Call of Duty Platinum I've gotten? That's a tough one, because I've had fun with a lot of the older ones. Had a great time with Black Ops 1 and 2 back in the day, and currently, at least what I've done of them so far. Modern Warfare 2 was a great one. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare Remastered was pretty fun. Really just any of the older ones, I would say, could probably fit in with that. Except for COD Classic, of course. Like, that one I'm very proud of. That's one of my prouder Platinums I've gotten. I would not call that one of my favorite games to play in Platinum, as that was a very frustrating time on several levels. %, we didn't get dialogue that time, unfortunately. Wanted some more lore. Oh, had one of those we didn't get previously, alright. This room's looking much better so far. Something PS2 games to classic PsyOps. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw that one. Got World at War and COD Classic and Black Ops 3. World at War was a pretty good one. It was definitely a challenging one in many places, but it was a pretty good one. It was a solid game. And then... we should need the hardest COD Platinums. I definitely will agree with World at War and... well, I will definitely agree with COD Classic, and World at War is right up there. I will say, though, Black Ops 4 is definitely up there. And I really think Black Ops 3 is overrated in difficulty. Like, I really do think Black Ops 3 is pretty overrated when it comes to difficulty. The crazy thing is, though, the rarest Call of Duty Platinum that I have right now, it's not the rarest Call of Duty Platinum in total, but it's the rarest one I have, is actually Black Ops 2. It's my rarest Platinum as well, which is crazy. It's even rarer than Far Cry 2, and I mean, Far Cry 2 is not a particularly hard Platinum, it's just an extremely grindy, time-consuming one with a lot of problems. Alright, get this little thing. It's a barrel. I thought it was a trash can of some kind. The Goat Sim games. Goat Sim games, I gotta do Goat Sim 3, because I've already done the original Goat Simulator. Yeah, I still gotta do 3. I own it from when it was, like, free or whatever, but have not had the chance to actually play it. Had too many other games to play first. Halo is definitely a game that I want to play. I don't know if I can convince the group to do Lasso, or if I'm just going to end up playing it on an alt account, because I absolutely want to play it. And even if I have to do it on an alt account, it is what it is, because I want to play it, is the thing. So even if I have to play it on an alt account, that's totally fine. I've done that before with super hard games like Wolfenstein 2, so... play them on an alt account if I just want to play them but don't want to put the trophies on my account. I think it's really dumb for people to not want to play games just because it has a hard trophy list. It's like, again, you just play it on your alt account. So yeah, I will play it at some point. I don't really care enough about it to buy it day one or anything like that, though. Case in point, because I didn't... because I think it came out today, didn't it? Or it drops tomorrow? So yeah, I'll eventually play it, I don't know if it'll be on my main account or not. I don't know if I can convince the group to try to do Lasso together. Because the whole thing about it is that this time it's 4-player co-op instead of 2-player, which I feel like actually could be a massive, massive game changer. Because it used to only be 2-player, and it was insanely, insanely brutal. But if it's now 4-player, that could potentially make things easier. Plus, I think they actually took out a couple of the really bad skulls. I know they added some new ones in, but I think they took out a couple of the really problematic ones from the original version. I'm sure that several YouTubers within the trophy and achievement community, well, trophy community especially, will have videos out for that game. I'm sure it's going to happen, and I'm sure I'll find out just how bad Lasso actually is fairly soon. I'm sure Nick AR will do it. I'm sure Illusion will at least try to do it. I'm sure Snam will do it. Sandrez will probably do it. 3-Point might do it. Platinum Pace will probably do it. So I suspect a lot of the trophy YouTubers will probably do it at some point soon. I'm sure PowerPix will have video guides. I'm sure PlayStation 5 trophies will probably do it as well. I'll stream it a little bit. Sim is the hardest campaign. Makes you want to burn the disc. What disc? This is Sony we're talking about. We don't do no discs no more. Or at least soon we won't. Hey, TJ, what's up? Wolfenstein 2 Platinum is... Yep. It's insanely hard, but it's definitely not the hardest Platinum out there. It's probably the most, like, one of the most well-known hard Platinums, but also one of the more doable ones, because it's only got one hard trophy. And it's a brutally hard trophy, but it's only technically one hard trophy. Which I feel like is how Halo's going to be. It's going to have exactly one extremely hard trophy. I don't know. I'm sure all those guys will do it at some point, probably sooner rather than later, so... I'm sure we will get videos of it soon, and I'll find out just how brutal it is. Actually, I wonder if PowerPix is... Because he probably got the game early, but... I don't know. If he got the game early, they might already have a trophy guide out for it. Unless the embargo isn't lifted yet or something, I don't know. Meanwhile, I'm over here casually cleaning things from Star Wars. Cleaning fictional objects with a fictional power washer for fictional items called trophies. Yeah, Crypt of the Necrodancer will always, I think, be the hardest Platinum that's obtainable, at least. I can't imagine anything else will be harder than that. I remember there were rumors at one point they were going to add in some ability to, like, save or checkpoint or something. And, like, you might have been able to back up your save. That was the thing that people were hypothesizing when that happened. I don't think anything actually happened with that, but it was just a thing that got passed around as a rumor at one point. Because that probably would have completely destroyed the overall... I mean, it still would have been a very difficult game, but it would have made it probably... maybe not the hardest game ever made anymore. Because I know that a few people recently have done videos for, like, Marvel vs. Capcom or whatever it is, the fighting game that has all those combos you have to perform, which looks absolutely horrendous. I am very glad that well, I'm not a fighting game person to begin with, so I would have never played it to begin with. I don't play fighting games for the most part. I might play the Avatar one just because it's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Maybe I'll play that one. I don't know. I'm not super excited for the idea of it, though, because, again, I'm not a fighting game person. Got a little bit more down here to clean. And that guy's done. Awesome. Get another door. Alright, 3/4 of the way through this job. Last parts of it are usually the longest because you're cleaning up a lot of little tiny spots that you miss. Get behind there. Get up there. It was Mayo's harder than Crypt of the Necrodancer. Yeah. Hardest game ever made. Early access to Halo. Playthrough on hard all day yesterday. Hard ain't the problem. It's Lasso that's the problem. Hard is not easy, obviously, but hard is not where the problem is in that game for difficulty. Get behind both of those. That wall's good. Okay, right there. Get the pipe. And is there anything else right here? No, I think that's all good. Nope, that part of the wall isn't clean yet. There's also some stuff up top, though, that we gotta get. It's not Tekken that I was thinking of, it's something else. There's one that, like, Nick AR... Oh, Godlike Matt, I'm sure he's gonna do Halo. I almost forgot about him. Although he's doing Alien Isolation right now. Trying to do a permadeath run of the game, like, legitimately, because there's a trophy in the game for beating it without dying. But you can cheese it. Like, you can cheese it really easily. Not necessarily easily, but you can just... Basically, you can still save and quit and have effectively checkpoints, so... It's nowhere near a true permadeath run unless you make it a true permadeath run, which he's doing, and I think Snam did that one as well. I'm not sure if anyone else in the community did. We're getting close to 80%, so we should get one more lore drop before the end. Stairs look good. At the back of that pipe. Door's good. That little area's clean. Get behind it. That's good, that's good. This thing, I'm sure, still has a little bit on it. Yep, a little bit left on there. Courtyard floor isn't quite done yet. We'll get it, though. Alright, clean that off. Okay, we got that. And now... Oh, that almost... Yeah, the game's gonna crash at some point, most likely. For some reason, this DLC seems to be struggling a little bit. Get this. Okay, we got that. So that's most of the actual courtyard. Now it's a lot more of the interior areas that we still gotta get. Okay, that wall's good. Get the pipe. Almost got the underside of the pipe. There's a little... Oh, there's a little bit on top as well. And a little bit more underneath. Alright, we got the pipe done. get in these little cracks. Go ahead and scrub it up to 80% just so we can get our next bit of dialogue. Should be our last bit of dialogue until the end. Uncle Owen says you might be a bit too specialist to help out here. That's probably true, because all I can do is clean. You'd have to somehow get you a vocabulator installed and some new tools, but good luck finding those on this rock. Luke really hates his home planet, not that I blame him. My hometown is boring as shit, so can't blame him. My hometown's getting a slight bit of a glow-up recently. The country club in the hometown is getting, like, renovated and being made nicer after many, many years of being kind of a dump. And the failing mall in my hometown that I have talked about on here for years on and off at how awful it is also getting a massive, like, change-up. Someone invested a bunch of money into it, and it might actually be tolerable soon. I mean, I still think it probably should have been torn down because it was infested with black mold and shit, so yeah. The KR might do Black Ops 1 and 2 after the Isaac DLC, just did Silk Song. I saw they did that. Some guy who got Cryptid Necrodancer Platinum in 13 hours, bought it, takes... So here's the thing about doing it that quickly, and I'll address Far Cry 2 here in a second, but here's the thing about doing that game quickly. Theoretically, that platinum could be done in about 10 hours because it exists on PC. So if the person played like crazy on PC and practiced like crazy and became a god at the game on PC, because there's no way to platinum it using a D-pad and everything, you have to do a mouse and or you have to do a keyboard. It's not possible otherwise, just because of how fast the inputs are. If you did it on PC and became an absolute master, you spent 1,000 hours playing it on PC and became a master of the game, you could theoretically get the platinum in 10 hours on PlayStation. So that's not... It's definitely suspicious as hell, but it's not entirely, like, it's something that you could prove to be a legit thing if you just show off, say, your hours on Steam or whatever platform it's on, and show that you've spent, you know, 1,000 hours practicing it on a different thing. I know that Nick AR is actually going to do that game when he hits 1 million subscribers, which is crazy. I actually know one of the people that's done the game, that's actually platinumed it. There's only a handful of people that have platinumed it, but I know one of them. He's a guide writer I've worked with a number of times. Oh, and someone actually made a trophy guide now for College Football 27, which is awesome. It's got bug trophies, of course, so that's just wonderful. I'm not surprised, or I'm just disappointed, even though I probably shouldn't be, because I should have expected it, because it's EA. I still can't believe we actually bullied EA into changing anything about the game and taking out some of the monetization bullshit. I can't believe we actually bullied them into it. That rarely ever works. The Sony clearly doesn't care. Xbox at least seems like they're trying to fix some things. Nintendo's just gonna still be Nintendo. And everyone will keep buying Nintendo games forever because it's the only platform with stuff like Mario on it, even though we've got Astrobot now. And speaking of that, why the hell have we not, like, maybe Sony should consider doing something with Astrobot to maybe try to save a little bit of face? Because we've heard nothing of Astrobot for, like, at all for over a year. Since they released the last DLC for Astrobot, or I don't know why we haven't heard, like, anything from them. Probably because that would actually require them to be intelligent about something for once and not continue to make stupid decision after stupid decision. So probably asking a little too much from them. Far Cry 2, though, yeah, the servers are really unstable. They'll go down for very long periods of time, but then randomly come back online. Because I've made this joke many times before, but I honestly think it might be true. In that, what I think they do is, at random times, they have an intern there at Ubisoft that randomly flips a switch in the server room that turns one game's servers off but turns a different one's servers back on. I legitimately think that's what they do there. Because these games will go down sometimes for over a year at a time, but then they'll randomly pop back up as being online again. So I legitimately think they have someone, an intern there, that their entire job is just to flip the servers once every 6 months to a year and just cause chaos. It'd be just as logical as the actual reasoning, which I don't know what their actual reasoning is, but it would be just as logical. And very much the kind of thing you'd expect from them. Alright, the kitchen is looking much, much nicer. %. All those dings are so satisfying. So many dings. 87. Lots of dings. Get the floor. Get some more of the floor here. We still got this little entryway to get, though. There's still quite a bit of dirt here. Sand that gets everywhere, and it's all coarse, and no one likes it. All the dings. 90%. Let's go. Last 10% is usually the most annoying, though. Getting close to getting the Platinum in Saints Row 2022. Little Big Plant, we need more games like that. Yeah, I kind of wish they would bring that back. Like, I was never a big fan of the franchise. But it is one that we should get more of. A lot of people love it. But I mean, still, we need to bring back Infamous. Absolutely need to bring back Infamous. Really need to bring back Killzone. Though, Killzone I see being even less likely at this point if we're actually going to get Halo games on PlayStation consoles. And Killzone was supposed to be, like, Sony's... one of their answers to Killzone. As well as that weird game with the guy with the yellow color helmet that's broken. If you know, you know. I don't remember what it was called. But it was one of their attempts to be a Halo clone or competitor. Killzone, though, I would have loved to have gotten more of. It's just not going to happen. Guerrilla's too focused on Horizon at this point anyway. Which is a shame, because, I mean, I got almost every Killzone Platinum you could get, which I'm still very proud of to this day. As that was considered a very challenging franchise. And in reality, most of the challenge was from 2 and Shadowfall. Three actually isn't that bad. Neither is 1. And, actually, no, the one on the PSP was also fairly challenging. I forgot about that one. Or, not PSP, PS Vita. Ooh, lots of stuff underneath. Alright, got that. Get that little corner right there. Turn off the switch of Assassin's Creed 3 servers on PS3 and turn on the one for Far Cry 2. Yeah, it feels like they do stuff like that. Just have work tomorrow, then you're off for a couple days. Excited. Ooh, very nice. I have not been very busy this week, but I will be very busy next week, at least early on. And then, the week after maybe might also be kind of busy. At least early in the weeks. You know, I feel like I drive myself closer and closer to quitting on a weekly basis. Because I just find there's just new creative ways they manage to make life miserable and piss me off like crazy, so... It was very funny when one of my coworkers recently mentioned, like, no job's worth your mental health and stuff like that. And yeah, this job certainly isn't. But the job market kind of sucks right now. At least in certain fields. Some fields are okay, but we aren't necessarily one of them. Though none will ever be as bad as Adam. I don't imagine any job could ever be that level of insanity. No job will ever be that bad. So that's the only job I ever just randomly quit one day without letting any of them know. But I had my reasons for it. I talked about that a lot about a year and a half ago on stream. But I don't feel like rehashing that tonight, because it doesn't need to be. We're just having fun here washing things. Which sounds so stupid, but this is like one of the most therapeutic games. I wonder if I'd like any of the other simulator, like just... What would you call them? Just like, technically simulator, like semi-realistic, semi-not, but just like calm, relaxed simulator type games. I know that Lawn Mowing Simulator is not a particularly good choice because it's really long and has like bugs and stuff to it. But I wonder if I'd like any of the other major simulator games. I need to look more into a few of those, see if there's any more that I would actually enjoy playing. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are. Little Big Planet, the only reason the server shut down was because some random YouTuber kept mass DDoSing the servers. Okay then. I didn't know that. Hey, Cassie. Went to Retro Store, picked up some games, 2 OG Xbox, and the rest on PS3. At least you bought physical games! Was the Dark Souls Trilogy Platinums because you kind of want to start the Platinums for Killzone. Well, most of the Killzone Platinums are not obtainable anymore. The only ones that you can still get are the PSP one that came through on streaming. You can still do both versions of that. You can still do the original Killzone on PlayStation 3, and I think that's actually it. Because 2, 3, Shadowfall, and Shadowfall Intercept are all down. Like, those have been shut down for a long time. So you can't do any of those anymore. And then the one on the Vita also can't be done anymore. Because all of them, pretty much except for those handful, had online. And it's a shame, too. Killzone 2 was a great game. It still graphically holds up like crazy to this day. And it came out in like 2009. But no, they gotta focus on Horizon now, I guess. Instead of Killzone. And again, they don't really need to focus on Killzone anymore anyway if we're gonna actually get Halo games on here. But at this point, Xbox's biggest trump card is Bethesda. That's their big thing right now, is they have Bethesda and Obsidian, so that's sort of their trump card right now, is they have that. Because, like, if the Fallout 3 and New Vegas remake or remasters were only on Xbox or something like that, or if, you know, Fallout 5 and whatever the Obsidian Fallout game is were only on Xbox, you would get a lot of people going over to Xbox for that, even though, well, no, they really wouldn't because we just get them on PC anyway. I wouldn't buy an Xbox for that. I would use my gaming laptop, and eventually maybe a good PC. But you get what I mean. Stay positive, yep. One of the OG Xbox games you were looking for. Didn't realize one of the PS3 games didn't have trophies. Yeah, because some of the early PS3 games didn't, and some got them patched in later. Mercenaries 2 was an example of that. It started out... I think when it first... Well, no, that game was weird. Like, I remember the trophies... The list existed... like, when the game came out, but you couldn't earn the trophies at first until the patches dropped. It was some really weird scenario with Mercenaries 2. That's another one that sadly you can no longer get the Platinum in because it had a few online trophies. It had 2 that were server-based and, like, 4 that were co-op-based. But you can't do any of them anymore because it didn't have split-screen co-op, so... Very sad that you can't get those anymore because such a fun game. Absolutely just legendary classic game. Major part of what started this YouTube channel. And it was pretty much the game we started YouTube with, so... Very important to my history. "97%, we're actually almost done. This might be the last area, aside from a few little stragglers outside. Oh, yep, we got our little icons coming up, so that means that we're nearing the end. Hey, DRS. Killzone 3 is possible since Killzone 3 multiplayer is not included. Doesn't it have online? I'm pretty sure that Killzone 3 has online trophies, though. Like, it has co-op trophies you can do in split screen, but I'm pretty sure it has actual online that requires the servers and stuff. I know that Killzone 3 multiplayer is a separate list. That's the only one I never actually finished. I would have done it too, but the problem was at the time, by the time I could have done it, the servers were too broken and not saving stats, so like 90% of the trophies were easy. It was just a handful of them that are long-term ones that I was too worried about not working correctly. Because I kind of ran a little bit short on time at that point. I probably could have done it had I buckled down enough. Same with Uncharted 3, that's one that, unfortunately, I could never finish. Just ran out of time on it. Because I had way too much going on in my real life. Okay, sync's good. Because that was back, actually, when I was moving out of Ohio and down to South Carolina at first. So I had a lot more important stuff to focus on at the time. So tired, got up at 5 a.m. Doctors went good. Okay, that's awesome. This one didn't get it. Which game was it? We're doing good, DRS. Let's check the PS1 stuff. Only place I'm going to get PS1 stuff is if I go to the mall. The retro game store. In all honesty, I don't particularly like going to that mall. Over the last, like, 5-ish years, it's had some problems with crime and stuff like that. They had a shooting a couple of months ago, which doesn't surprise me at all. I'm actually surprised it took this long for it to happen. Uncharted 3 until it was too late. Oh, gotcha. Civilization Revolution. I don't even know what that is. I legit have no idea what that is. Okay, so there shouldn't be too many more Is that a shower? Yeah, that is a shower. Little miniature shower. I don't think I've ever seen a bathroom facility in a Star Wars movie, now that I think about it. Like, sure, we get them in Like, we've seen things in Lego games, sure. We see the famous hot tub scenes in the Lego games, of course. I don't think I've ever seen a bathroom in a Star Wars movie. Not that it's something that's actually important, but now that I think about it, I don't think it's something I've ever seen in a Star Wars movie. If I have, I don't remember it. And I've seen every Star Wars movie except for Mandalorian and Grogu. And I didn't watch most of the TV shows either, so there's that. Alright, not too many more things to clean. Ooh, pipe. Whatever this thing is. Ah, spot of dirt. Ah, a little bit on the bottom. Now, what we got down here? This thing. Ah, okay, 3 more objects. Let's go. 2 more objects. 1 more object. How did I not clean this? Huh. I don't know how I missed that. Alright, what a desolate place this is. Job complete. It's a city building game. Okay, gotcha. YouTube crashed on you? Okay, at least it wasn't my stream for once doing it. Because I'm used to it being my stream doing it. Great job, P0. P. Why are you called P? I know that you're Powerwash or droid or whatever, but still. Uncle Owen says you're heading to Mos Eisley next. Give you a lift in the speeder, but I'm not allowed there. Besides, I can feel the rumbling of a sandcrawler approaching. Alright. Oh, Mos Eisley Cantina is up next. Okay. Let's go, Mos Eisley. I forgot that this is the 6th job. I thought it was like the Death Star or something, honestly. Because this was only $250, so this is actually a short job. So it's this, AT-AT, Superstar Destroyer Bridge, X-Wing, and Millennium Falcon. The repair droid might be here. I don't know if it is or not. Probably not, but it could be. Slight chance of it. Alright, let's clean up the cantina. Let's see what story lore we're gonna get in here. So I guess we're gonna get messages from Han in here, probably. Who shot first? I didn't shoot first. Burrito shot first. Oh, woo her. I don't know who that is. No droids allowed. What do you think you're doing? That's droidist, sir. That is droidist, and not acceptable. Wookiee dialect delected translating. It's a class 3 worker droid. Ah, so you only allow slave droids, apparently. You're one of those societies. Well, then again, Tatooine did have slavery still. Although now that I think about it, did the Empire manage to, like, abolish slavery in the galaxy? Because now that I think about it, is there any reference to people still being enslaved by the time of the Empire and Luke on Tatooine? Because, of course, this is where Anakin was, and it's where he was enslaved at when he was a child, and his mom was enslaved at, so the Empire actually managed to, like, get rid of slavery in the galaxy, or at least on that planet, or they just never feel it pertinent to talk about. So I will still hold on to my belief that the Empire was not inherently evil, the way that so many people would want to make them out to be. Empire was not inherently evil. They made some wrong decisions, like the planet-killing superweapon, of course, being cartoonishly evil. Found out from a forum on PSN Profiles there's an easy fighting game called... I don't even know what that... Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax. Getting pissed over a droid. Yep. Got SSX tricky. Don't know if it's online, but possible. Still love that game as a children. Can at least clean up some trophies. Okay, gotcha. 2 online trophies. It's easy to knock out. Won't take long. Goes in 3 platinum and Sound Table. That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, I thought Killzone 3 was unobtainable because it has online as part of its platinum trophy, not just its DLC or the spin-off standalone game. Yeah, the only obtainable Killzones are the one that was on PSP that came to the streaming service that has 2 versions, and the original Killzone are the only 2 that are still obtainable. Which the original Killzone's actually one of the easiest ones because you can use cheats. You can use a one-shot kill cheat to get through it much more easily. And I would suggest buying it now before the stores go down. Yeah, I might pick up that Top Gun Hardlock game or whatever it's called, just because it'd be bizarre to have an actual Top Gun game on the account, and it's one that still has obtainable multiplayer. And it's not particularly hard multiplayer if boosted. Should be very easy if boosted. Alright, archway good. Already 13% of the way in, so going along quickly. $20 in the PS3 store, cheaper getting it digitally than physical. A used copy goes, okay. Want to get Silent Hill 1 on PS3 and Fatal Frame games. Silent Hill 1, I think you can still download on PS3. I bought it so long ago, and it doesn't have trophies, so you don't have to worry about it being bad for trophies. Silent Hill 1, though, I will say, like, it's got a retro achievements list that I'm sure whenever the... Because I think we're getting a remake of it, right? A remake or a port of it, or a remaster, the way that we got for Silent Hill 2. I think they are working on it. I think that's confirmed. I will be very curious to see if they do, like, Silent Hill 2's remake and ditch the 10-star stuff, or if they actually put in a 10-star trophy and, like, break people's brains with that. The Silent Hill 1's retro achievement list, I've seen like one person ever that did it. I mean, multiple people have done it, but still. Most of its achievements are not overly difficult. It's mostly just the fact that you have to do a 10-star run. And 10-star run in Silent Hill 1 is absurd in different ways from Silent Hill 2's 10-star run. Like, you're allowed to heal as much as you want, which is very different. But you have to get way more kills. You have significantly less time to beat the game, which is also a shorter game anyway, but you have significantly less time, but you also have to get like twice as many kills that you do in Silent Hill 2. You have to get the best ending, which includes fighting the hardest version of the final boss. But there's no boat rowing section either, so you don't have to worry about that part. I think it'd be cool to do a 10-star run in that game, because I have played through the original Silent Hill a few times, but, like, how clunky the controls are, I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing with the remake or remaster whenever it comes out. If they actually leave a 10-star run in, that'd be hilarious, because you know that's going to piss off all the soft new generation of trophy hunters. I know how you feel about droids. He's droidist. Make an exception this one time. Yes, we should. Because he's doing labor for you, for free, potentially. I'm assuming free, because I don't think droids get paid. Relian's already paid, and we don't want any Imperials sniffing around. Okay. Alright. We don't want any Imperials sniffing around in our cantina. That's probably very true. I mean, I feel like they'd be more worried about the Hutts sniffing around here, but just saying. Gonna buy tomorrow and knock out the online trophies before you never know. In like October, online trophies are for 1 online match and 5 online matches. Oh, that's easy. That's super easy. Ultimate version with a separate trophy list and the same trophies. Okay, well. Yeah, definitely knock out anything online on PS3, like, sooner rather than later, given all the announcements. And the fact that they just seem to be doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on their stupidity at this point. Well, Xbox might actually make him pay, though. Xbox very well might actually make him pay. Like, Xbox is in shit for some certain reasons right now, mainly due to ways of the layoffs and who they were hiring to replace and all, but they at least seem to be actually getting Bethesda and Obsidian. They're lighting a fire under their butts to actually make them do something for the first time in years. They're smart enough to actually want to prioritize their biggest franchise right now. Like, yes, everyone loves Elder Scrolls, and everyone wants Elder Scrolls 6. But from a purely, like, market standpoint, money standpoint, Fallout's the thing that's selling right now. Fallout is the most popular IP you have right now. Because of the TV series, especially. So it makes sense. You gotta capitalize on that while you can. Because the show will run, they've said, for 5 or 6 seasons. But next year you're probably getting season 3. So you're halfway through the run by this time next year. And after that it fades away again, so they need to capitalize on it while they can for money. We need the money. The stonks, the money. Man, that'd be funny if you saw, like, send all 3 of the major game companies onto financial audit and see what happens. That'd actually be pretty funny. Even if financial audit is mostly just him screaming at the freak of the week. It's at least entertaining. Alright, clean all this off. Almost 30%. Yeah, we got a lot to do. Xbox is adding achievements into some Xbox games. Yeah, I saw they're doing, like, PC backwards compatibility versions of certain games now. So Xbox actually, again, has a very real chance of retaking the console wars. Reigniting and winning the console wars for a while. Maybe actually forcing Sony to make some changes. If they're smart enough and they focus on making heavily Fallout content for the next 2 to 3 years, you could probably take over the generation. Do that, make Wolfenstein 3 as well. Can't forget Wolfenstein 3. Elder Scrolls, actually light a fire under their asses for that one as well. If we actually get some competition there, it'll actually force Sony to potentially start actually doing something again. giving us a reason to buy their console and their games. Because really, like on PS5, what major titles have we gotten on PS5 that are exclusive to us? What, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man 2, and Astrobot? Isn't that pretty much it? I guess Horizon Forbidden West as well. That's really about it, and half of those are playable on PC. I think Astrobot's about the only one that's truly exclusive that we've gotten. Oh, gee, okay. So we really just have not done a lot on PlayStation these last few years. We got Astrobot. Got Ghost of Yotai, which did not do anywhere near what Ghost of Tsushima did, but Ghost of Tsushima is available on PC. Horizon Forbidden West is available on PC. The Last of Us has so many fucking re-releases at this point, I don't even know what's going on with that series anymore. No Infamous. No Uncharted. Oh no, we got like one. Was it Ratchet and Clank that we got right when it came out? Yeah, we got Rift Apart. I forgot about Rift Apart, but that was really early on. That's one I still need to play, actually. I actually own the disc. I've owned the disc of that for years, but I still haven't gotten around to playing it. Because I'm lazy. And have had a million other things to play, in all honesty. I mean, I was about to be in a lull where I would have some free time, and then they just randomly shadow drop, or not even shadow drop, but just randomly drop the Black Ops games, and that has to take over. But those streams have been doing so well that I'm going to keep doing them, because those streams have done exceptionally well by this channel's standards. Not to mention, I'm having about the most fun I've had playing games in a very long time, doing that stuff in co-op with the guys. It's been so much fun getting back to that, because I haven't done that in so long. Easily some of the most fun I've had gaming in a while. Reminds me a little bit of the actual PS3 days, with even people from my high school or middle... It would have been middle school for, like, World at War, even. And most of the ones from high school are assholes that I would never want to see again in my life. But there were a few good ones. Is that a grating on the floor? I guess that would make... Is that carpet or grating? It looks like grating. I guess that would make sense, though, because whenever blood gets spilled in here, you'd probably want it to drain quickly. Word of warning, Imperial officers have been scouting for droids. Interesting. Or it's something to do with some stolen plans, so we're now up to about 20 minutes into A New Hope. Actually, no, it's about 30 minutes in, because, like, the first 30 minutes of A New Hope is actually pretty slow-paced, aside from the initial battle. Surprised we're only at 41%. I feel like we'd be further along, because this doesn't seem like a big job. Alright, almost to 45%. felt like we'd be further along by now, in all honesty. This one's going by a little slower than I expected. This may end up being a 2-stream DLC, though. We'll have to see. Because I assume the AT-AT job is going to be pretty long. Yeah, I assume the AT-AT job is going to be a longer one. I assume the bridge job is going to be a longer one. I'm assuming the X-Wing and Millennium Falcon are not going to be that long unless you have to clean the entire interior of the Falcon as well as the outside of it. Might be the final stream. See you until August 1st. You're second going to be on vacation. Have fun on vacation. Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, that's a quick one. That's for sure. It's a quick game, but I've heard great things about it, so... Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they haven't done anything... They haven't tried to even do anything with Astrobot. Because, like, we had Astrobot. It was Game of the Year in a generally weak year for games, to be fair. It was a very weak year for games. And even so, it wasn't even my game of the year. I would have given it to Paper Mario 2, the Thousand Year Door remake. But I'm surprised they are not capitalizing on Astro. I am very surprised they're not capitalizing on Astro. Because now he's as much of a PlayStation mascot as Nathan Drake, Cole McGrath, Kratos, all of them. Sly Cooper. Yeah, I guess we're never going to get any more in the Sly Cooper franchise, unfortunately. I feel like anytime we've ever tried to do anything else with Sly, we can't get it, so I guess Sly is probably dead. Which sucks, because the fourth game ends on such a cliffhanger. I guess with Sucker Punch just doing everything now for Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotai, I guess it makes sense. I mean, I still haven't played Ghost of Yotai because I just haven't had really time or interest. I think Ghost of Tsushima is always going to be vastly superior. From everything I've heard, it feels like most people seem to think Tsushima is vastly superior. Especially with the story, at least. It's got a much better story. Because Yotai is just like a very basic revenge story. Vengeance story, whatever you want to call it. Tsushima actually has an extremely complicated plot. Hey, sweet, what's up? Exclusives are not very appealing to you. They're all kind of the same. Third-person open-world action-adventure, super cinematic games with long cutscenes. Loki gotten tired of revenge stories, and that's unfortunately what so many games are. That's what Ghost of Yotai was. I mean, I guess, theoretically, one could almost say Astrobot is a slight bit of revenge story because you're fighting against an alien that, like, took all your bots, but it's also, like, really not. Again, why have we not gotten more in Astrobot? Like, we're turning that into, like, the symbol of PlayStation in 2024, and we haven't heard a thing about it in, like, over a year. And that was just DLCs that we were getting for Astrobot. It's been over a year since we got any of them. Alright, almost 60%, so we should be getting our lore drop here soon. Alright, clean some of the stills here. Get that blue milk. Sure they're serving that delicious blue milk. And probably not, that was a creation of the sequel trilogy anyway, but still. Alright, come on, go to 60% so we can get some dialogue. There we go. I want some lore. I can see some stormtroopers sniffing around outside. Oh, are we gonna get stormtroopers inside here suddenly? Like, dynamic storytelling here or something? Sure, it's fine, they're probably just passing through. That'd be crazy if we got some, like, dynamic storytelling here where the stormtroopers come in and they're like, is this the droid you're looking for? This is not the droid we are looking for. That'd actually be hilarious. Let's get this whole bar area cleaned up at 62%. Revenge stories probably only work as sequels. Unless Sucker Punch sells the property to another company for them to do remakes. Yeah, I mean, I don't even necessarily want a remake or a remaster. I want another game. I want a final game in the series to end off the story of him. Is more what I want than anything. Like, at least give us a definitive ending and not a stupid cliffhanger ending and when he goes to, like, ancient Egypt suddenly and never gets another word about it. Yeah, I want an actual conclusion to his story. Revenge is bad, Kai. Goes to Yotai, even though the sequel takes place... Yeah, it takes place 400 years later. It's really not even a sequel. It's more like a spiritual successor than an actual sequel. Yeah, it's really not a sequel. It's more of a spiritual successor. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't have a single thing that ties it into the original game. Which, again, the original game was legendary. The original game is one of my favorite games I've ever played. It's one of my favorite all-time platinums. And some of that's biased because I'm part Japanese. I probably have some samurai heritage in me because the samurai were more than just, you know, sword-wielding badasses. By the later periods, they were basically the nobility. And I had a lot of dentists and doctors in that part of my family. Especially prior to World War II, so there's a very real possibility I have some lineage to samurai. Miss, we're 2/3 of the way through. Heard a sound in the background. I wonder if a random animal has wandered into the cantina, or if it's a stormtrooper coming in to check my papers. Mandalorian and Grogu. Did not watch Mandalorian and Grogu. Had no interest in it. Star Wars, to me, has fallen off so badly with the sequel trilogy. It's like the prequel trilogy, we've gone back on it and reevaluated it and realized that it actually wasn't that bad. It has bad aspects to it, sure, but it's actually not that bad. Especially in comparison to the sequel trilogy. It's like, really, the only good things we've gotten in the modern era with Star Wars were Rogue One, the first season of Mandalorian, maybe the second season as well. I didn't actually watch the second season, so I'm not sure. And then Andor are really the only good things we've gotten out of Star Wars in the last, like, 10 years. Most people realize now that the sequels were all terrible in one way or another. Force Awakens was at least watchable, but the other two were literally unwatchable because they're so stupid and bad. Alright, we're over 70%, which is good. Met some girl online who lives in the same state as you, not really near you. She's pretty and she is interested in hanging out. Oh, hell yeah, very nice. Go for it, man. You gotta go for it. You gotta go for it. Until you finish this job, guarantee you will get the reference. Okay, good. I think it's better to try to remaster Infamous 1 and 2 than release 3. Well, we technically got Infamous 3 with Festival of Blood. Well, it wasn't fucking Festival of Blood. With both Second Son and First Light. Now, I actually like Second Son. I liked Second Son, personally. Is it as good as Infamous 1 and 2? In certain ways, I really liked it because you had so many different powers you could use. On the other hand, it wasn't Cole. It wasn't the same story. Didn't have any real ties into it. Outside the random Zeke DLC that was like a 3-mission pre-order bonus. But yeah, I would love Infamous 1 and 2 remaster. That's something that needs to happen because those are great games. Infamous 1, I've played a bunch of times. I freaking love Infamous 1. Outside of the Blast Shard hunt being a giant pain in the ass, I love Infamous 1. Infamous 2, I don't remember particularly well. Because I didn't really grow up on it. I only played it later on to get all the trophies in it. But I remember it being a lot of fun as a game, so... And give us Festival of Blood thrown in with both of those. Just why not throw Festival of Blood in, because it's a great game. Or it's a fun game, at least. It's like Far Cry Blood Dragon. It's just a little fun spin-off. Especially with the UGC servers, or whatever they're called, eventually going down, so... Sure, we're getting crazy celebs. I'm thinking we're going to Comic-Con. Scream 1 cast is coming in. Famous Star Wars actor Hayden Christensen. Okay. Not the most famous Star Wars actor, but definitely a famous one. Definitely wouldn't object to meeting him. Did he ever really even do anything after Star Wars, now that I think about it? Like, He did that Jumper movie is like the only thing I can remember that he did. After Star Wars. I'm sure he was in other stuff that I don't recognize, but that's the only thing I can remember him being in aside from Star Wars. Honestly, can't even decide who to meet. Sounds like you're gonna have good choices then. I would have had a chance to actually meet the Runaway guys, so a YouTube channel that I followed for so long. Chugger Conroy, Proton John, and Nintendo Capri Sun. I actually would have had a chance to meet them last weekend, because they were actually doing a convention in Greenville for like the first time ever, and I would have loved to have gone, but that's when I went home because Lizard Guy was around, and that was more important, of course. But hopefully they do that again in, like, next year. Come back to Greenville next year. I would love to meet them because, like, I love that channel. Sugar Conroy's the reason I started doing Let's Plays back in the day. One of the all-time old-school YouTube legends, and one of the only ones that ever beat the false canceling allegations. And actually, like, seemingly recovered fully from it. I want to get Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lilliard. Skeet Ulrich, he was... That name sounds super familiar. He was in Jericho, right? I think he was in Jericho. Which is a show I've talked about every now and then as being, like, one of the best, most underrated shows ever from, like, CBS from back in the late 2000s. I think he was the main character in Jericho, so... I would love to know if they're ever going to be able to reboot it or do a finale or anything like that, because it ended off on a really bad cliffhanger. Never got finished. But Hayden Play, don't remember him. He was Anakin. Yeah, he was Anakin. In both Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Pretty major character. Watch those guys yourself before you met. They're really fun YouTubers. Heck yeah, I mean... And yeah, they were going to be in Greenville, so it would have been a great chance to meet them and meet other gaming people, but hanging out with Lizard Guy was definitely more important, so... The good thing is, though, he's out of the military in about another 8 months or 9 months. And he's going to be going back to school for a while to get a certification of some kind. I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it's only like a 2-year thing. And probably going to be still living in North Carolina or even in South Carolina once he finishes it. Which is all super duper exciting. Because that means we're actually going to be able to hang out more and actually be able to, like, stream shit and stuff. Which I am super freaking excited for. Okay, floor's good. Alright, another couple of booths. We're almost done with this job. They're all super funny. Chugger Conroy did some really awesome Pokemon Let's Plays. Yeah, he did so much with those, and, like, I'm not the biggest Pokemon person. If he ever did, you know, Pikachu Eevee, I would totally watch that, or Sword and Shield. Because those are the only two that I played pretty extensively, because I didn't really grow up on Pokemon. I watched him mostly for, like, Paper Mario 2, Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy, and the Pikmin games were the main things I watched him for, and Luigi's Mansion. It'd be really funny if, like, if they decide to do Overcooked 2 at some point on the Runaway Guys, which I'm assuming that they would do, given how much fun the first Overcooked was. I would love to join them for it, and it would be super easy for me because Atlanta's only a couple hours away. If they're filming at Chugga and Tim's house, They live in Atlanta, so they're only 2 hours away from me. So I could just drive down there in a day easily and be there to record. I don't know, I'm probably a little too raunchy for that particular channel. I don't think I politically align all that well with any of them either, so probably would never be a thing that would happen, but it would be really fun to do. That explains it because you never watched any Star Wars movies aside from the original trilogy. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, he was Anakin in the sequel, in the prequel trilogy, not the sequel trilogy. Anyways, the girl he means from the Dominican Republic. Okay. Very nice. Potentially very pretty. Latina girl's got a lot of good going on, so hopefully you can have some fun. Hopefully you actually get to meet. And the girl I had that was an FWB for like a month or so, she was Latina, she was Mexican technically. Okay, we're at 90%. What are they saying now? Stormtroopers are finally leaving. What you gonna say next? What's he doing talking to them? Uh-oh. Why are you talking to them? Why would you do this? Are we about to get arrested? And imprisoned? Is that what's about to happen? We about to be a droid that's in prison? %, so we should be getting our objective markers popping up soon, which is good. Excellent. 95, okay, yep, look at all those dings, all those satisfactory dings. Ding, 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 ding. The underside of the bar as well, awesome. Look at all that dinging. It's so satisfying. It is the most satisfying sound in the world. Hologram. Is the most satisfying of sound. See, who knows? You might hook up, lose the V card. Sounds good. Good luck, man. Long Island, so best bet is meeting in the city. Ukraine women, unfortunately, no. Because naturally, my luck with women goes with the idea of, oh, she actually would have been a partner that I could have been with for a long time. But nope, because her company is probably going to lay her off, or has laid her off at this point. She's gonna have to move back in with family out in fucking California. Because that's my kind of luck at this point. That's the exact kind of luck I expect at this point when it comes to dating. Someone who would have been perfect for me the first time I've ever had a 10 be interested in me. And nope, that's the kind of fucking shit that happens, so I'm not even surprised. It does not surprise me at all that something that insanely bizarre goes wrong. Because it's honestly what I expect at this point. Either that or she's just outright lying and found someone else she was more interested in, which is also entirely a possibility that I would expect. That's entirely a possibility, but I don't know. She doesn't really strike me as a liar, so... Alright, we're at 99%. Betrayed us? Oh, okay. Sort of missed that dialogue because you were looking at YouTube while looking at the job and skipped 80%. Alright, we're almost done. We're at 99%, only a few more things to clean. And then we're off to another job. So I guess that next up is probably the AT-AT. Which is the one we have to do without using soap. Which is totally fine, that's not a problem at all. But just something that needs to be noted, not to accidentally do. What else needs to be cleaned on these? Oh, probably a lot, actually. Oh, clean that off. Okay, stool's good. Chair's good. Get the underside of this table. Get that wall. Okay, got the fume extractor. It's not like a hood you put over a grill or a stove. I mean, not a grill. You wouldn't do that over a grill because your grill's outside, I would hope. Ooh, missed quite a bit in here, actually. Okay. Missed a lot in here. Okay, just get this central thing. What is it even pointing at this time? Aha! Side of the mixers. Excellent. Ooh, a little bit of the interior right there. Let's get it as well. I love how this last 1% is going to take longer than, like, the first 50%. That's just how this game goes, though, and that is just how this game goes. Just gotta say that. Just how this game goes sometimes. It's all good, though. Ooh, yep. Interior here. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Body-wise, she's like 95 pounds, 5 foot, so super short. Well, not necessarily super short, but definitely on the shorter end. Because even the Ukrainian girl was like 5'3", so... Which, again, I thought that Eastern European women were usually taller. Because I typically go for girls that are a little bit on the taller side. I don't discriminate, though, at all. I'll take just about anyone at this point if I can actually be happy for once. And not have one that's a crazy narcissist drug addict, or a cheater, or any of the other horrible scenarios that I found myself in. Mostly those two, either crazy, or a drug addict, or a cheater. Would sum up pretty much all of my relationships at this point. Oh, that pipe right there. There we go. Is that... Oh, yeah, that is actually quite dirty. Okay. Fine. I'm surprised I missed all of that. What part of the bar is it referring to now? Oh, okay. Oh, 3 things left. Let's go. 2 things left. 1 thing left. And done. Okay, apparently not. Oh, there we go. Whoops. So what's our dialogue now? What's going to happen now? I'm very interested in the story now. I want to see what happens. We'll be going to Las Vegas to get laid in 3 years. That's not even the issue, is like, you can find friends with benefits and shit, but I want an actual relationship someday. Droid, you've been commanded under suspicion of espionage. You might be one of the droids we're looking for. Oh my god, we're gonna get enslaved by the Empire. That's hilarious. Oh, that's actually hilarious. That's actually pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that's actually pretty funny. We're gonna actually get straight up enslaved by the Empire. That's great. Narcissist for some reason. She's petite. I think lately been glorifying destructive human traits. Getting closer to the Black Ops 2 plat, just 21 levels left in multiplayer, and you'll have the plat. Okay. Very nice. I don't remember how long that game took to level up, because I haven't even touched a multiplayer yet, because the game's so freaking broken. Being greedy, selfish, lying, stealing. Yeah, I feel like that's all the ways that you can win over a lot of women these days, sadly. Okay, so Hoth actually has a trophy tied to it. It's probably the hardest miscellaneous trophy at a level, even though it's really not that difficult. Complete it without using any soap. That's not difficult at all. It's just going to take time. Ooh, that's a big AT-AT. The Blizzard 3 AT-AT is at the rendezvous point, fully operational and standing down. Extraction protocols have been initiated. Begin decontamination. So yeah, they basically just commandeered us and stole us. Which again, is kind of funny. And the Empire can kind of just do whatever the hell it wants, if we're being honest, so... I don't like the coloration of this level with how white it is here, because it's going to make it a little harder to tell when we clean things. Update on status, Blizzard 3. Objective achieved. Rebel shield generator destroyed, so now we're into episode 5. So we're officially on episode 5, but we have a dirty AT-AT from the assault. Lord Vader has secured the rebel base. No further signs of resistance. I freaking love the storyline of this. We're basically just playing the original trilogy from the perspective of a cleaning droid. Actually pretty funny. I actually like this a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I actually like this a lot. And at least it's only the AT-AT, it's not like the whole surrounding area for once, so... Alright, we're at 4% already, 1/25th of the way through this job, surprisingly. Without even really, like, going up the body of the AT-AT at all. Really only clean this a little bit on the ground. Oh, it's a floating thing! Oh, that's super cool. Star Wars themed, of course, it makes sense. I love it. I freaking love it. Love me some original trilogy and some Rogue One and even some of the prequel trilogy at this point. And some LEGO games, of course. Can't forget the LEGO games in the Star Wars universe. I still love my motorized walking AT-AT because I actually have that LEGO set. It still works. I took the batteries out of it years ago, though, so it wouldn't corrode or anything. Freaking love that set, though. It's so freaking cool. Put the batteries back in and it'll start walking again. That thing's worth a lot, too, at this point, so... Gotta make sure I don't sell to bricks and minifigs, as they continue to become worse and worse as a group of humans. As does their random Mormon Utah Police Department. They're just as bad as the fucking Somali Leering Centers, in all honesty. Just as corrupt. %. The feet of this thing are actually a large percentage of this, surprisingly. %. 9%. There are weird noises going on in the background on this job. Almost sounds like helicopters, but that's obviously not a thing in the Star Wars universe, so... Oh, 10%. We got an update. South Hangar captured, sir, but we were unable to prevent a Corellian freighter's escape. Okay. I'm assuming that's the Millennium Falcon. Understood, the Star Destroyers will pick it off soon enough. Well, if it was anything but the Millennium Falcon with plot armor, that would be very true. But it's the Millennium Falcon, and it has plot armor. So, I don't think that's quite going to be the case. Already over 10%. We really haven't even left the ground yet, which is kind of crazy on this job. I mean, bad guy as long as you don't hurt anyone. Physically hurt no one. Gotcha. Things like this make being forever alone not so bad. Long live Powerwash Simulator and Future Lab. Yeah. I mean, I think they will. Everyone loves the Powerwash. Well, I say that. Not everyone loves the Powerwash games. There's a lot of the YouTube trophy hunting streamers that did not like this game, or the first one. I personally completely disagree with their opinions. I love these games because they're just good, fun, chill streams. Like, maybe if you're doing trophy hunting as your entire career, as YouTube is your entire career, maybe then you would hate it. But as anyone who's just a normal, casual human being doing this for fun... that isn't doing this for a job, it's so much fun. I freaking love it. So calm, chill, relaxed. Get to just hang out and talk to you guys casually after multiple weeks of stress of Call of Duty Zombies. And I do hope they make a full series out of it further. I think it would take 90 to 100 hours, but failed so many times for Tower of Babel, had to replay Fallen Angel a few times. Dang, it took you that long? I don't remember it taking me that long on the PS3. Maybe it... I mean, I played a lot on PS3, though, but I also played a lot of multiplayer and a lot of zombies back in the day. This is the job you did today. It took you a couple hours, but was really cool. Window washer gondola things. Yeah. Don't care what anyone says to you as long as you don't get accused of some heinous crime. And true, like, I'm sort of the same way. Like, insults to me really don't matter anymore. For a lot of us, they don't matter anymore. If you try to say that I did something awful and it's going to be clearly false, then we're going to have a problem, but... if you just try to use the old code words on me, racist, Nazi, etc., it's not going to do anything to me. I was... I forgot what I was going to say with that. God, yeah, we've barely even scratched the surface of this thing. We're already 15% of the way in, which is kind of crazy. These are very large, mech. What would these be considered? They wouldn't be considered like a suit, obviously, because they're not a suit. They're not a robot, though, because they're controllable. Would they just be considered like a Star Wars Well, no, they couldn't be a tank, because there's actual tanks in Star Wars. I have the Lego sets to prove that. So what would they be considered? Just like a different class of vehicle within the Star Wars universe that we don't have in the real world? That would make sense, I guess. We'd call them walkers or something, or a different version of mechs. There's no, like, actual mechs in the Star Wars universe that, like, people can get into, like, power armor suits or anything, so... I don't think there are. Unless I could be completely wrong on all of this, so... I am not holding any of this as fact. I'm just guessing at things here, but... When to become more and more unapologetic, saying spent countless attempts on the Easter egg for him not to spawn on the 4 of you getting swarmed in the cornfield. We've just had shit luck trying to get the damn EMP grenades, as well as with the servers. The servers were a big part of the problem. Just not working very well. Like, some of it was Ghost being up in Minnesota and getting caught in the Canada wildfires and stuff. So we lost internet for a few days, but... overall, it was more on the just game not functioning fully correctly. Okay, some of the lower areas are cleared. When I get to 20%, I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. %. Yeah, I really need to pee, so let's get to 20% quickly so I can go do that. Okay. Although at 20% we're going to get dialogue, so I gotta read that too. Oh, here we go. Stormtrooper TX1138. Have you been that close to Lord Vader before? I almost read it as Lord Voldemort. Because I've been listening to audiobooks of the first 2 Harry Potters recently. Because it's good to listen to while traveling. Or just driving the 3.5 hours home, but whatever. LP9012. L is real 2401. Okay, cut it out, you two. Apparently the Stormtroopers have their own internal communications networks, in which case they argue about wanting to meet Lord Vader and probably suck him off or something. I probably just destroyed a lot of people's perception of Star Wars with that. Actually, no, I probably didn't, because we're mostly degenerates here in some way or another, so... it's probably true. Some of the Stormtroopers were probably trying to do that because it would probably get them some kind of power and money. I don't know. But I'm not going to go any further into this discussion, because I feel like this is going to open a giant can of worms. That's probably not going to be a positive conversation starter. Oh, my brain, when it decides to shout out the strangest things it can come up with. It's a war machine, plain and simple. Okay, fair enough. That's a fair way to describe it. It's glitched on old wounds, requiring you to play the mission again for the challenge to count. Really? Ugh. Glitches, everyone's favorite. Yeah, we're all a little bit degenerate in one way or another, I'm sure. Given that literally anything is probably considered degenerate at this point, I don't know. This is just me talking on my ass trying to make interesting conversation, and it comes out really weird. Okay, yeah, most of the lowest part of the body is cleaned, at least. The lowest part of the legs and feet are clean, so... that's good. Yeah, this is a big job, though. This is a very big job. Definitely the biggest one we've had so far. Deathly Hallows on audiobook. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, I'm listening to the first two right now. I guess it's just... it was mostly because I wanted to listen to it as just, like, something to listen to on the way driving home. Or even at work as well. And then just the fact it's been so long since I've read them, plus the TV series is coming out. Like, the TV series is probably going to be terrible, but I want it to be good because I do enjoy the Harry Potter franchise. I mean, nothing, I think, is ever going to top the movies that we grew up with. Alan Rickman as Snape, and whoever it was as Hagrid. I don't think anything's ever really going to top a lot of it. But with it being a TV series, it means they get more time to actually explore the stories of every movie, which could actually be very beneficial, very interesting. Because some of the movies have rushed areas to them. They could actually fix the Goblet of Fire and make it competent. Because that was the only movie that was actually terrible. Well, not even terrible, it just wasn't great. It did have the worst of the video games, though, in the Harry Potter world, except maybe the Deathly Hallows Part 1. Might have been worse. That was Harry Potter with gun wands, but Stupefy is the only spell that actually helps. So you just spend 10 hours using Stupefy over and over again. It was an interesting game to play on stream, though, because it was terrible, but it was interesting. At least it was intriguing back during the COVID years. That's the main thing that was the thing I was playing back in the COVID years. Crazy to think it was that long ago that I actually played that game. That one actually has online trophies, by the way. Deathly Hallows Part 1 has online trophies. If you're going to play it, it has online trophies. Deathly Hallows Part 2 might also have an online trophy. I can't remember if it does officially. It might not. But I know Part 1 does. So you gotta be careful. Okay, I need to go pee. I'll be right back. We're 25% of the way through this job, so we're not doing badly. But I'll be right back. Okay, much better. Been investing lately into Take-Two stock before GTA 6. Very solid. Definitely get the money in there now. And hope to God the game doesn't freaking bomb. Even though that might actually fix parts of the video game industry if it did. Or it would just cook the industry entirely. I don't entirely know. I'm not knowledgeable enough on that kind of stuff. Deathly Hallows games and Goblet of Fire were the worst ones. Deathly Hallows Part 2 was at least a lot more playable than Part 1 because it was the exact same gameplay, but they refined it and made it somewhat functional. Part 1, though, was literally just spam Stupefy for the entire game, and nothing else. At least in the second one, you actually had a reason to use other spells, because they all resembled different guns. You had one that was like a sniper rifle, you had one that was a machine gun, one was a grenade launcher, one was a rocket launcher. This is Harry Potter, by the way, so none of this makes any sense. But yeah, Goblet of Fire was one of the worst games, and, in my opinion, the worst of the movies. Of the first 3 games, I played Sorcerer's Stone, and I played Chamber of Secrets. I never actually played the game for Prisoner of Azkaban. And I played Order of the Phoenix. Order of the Phoenix was actually pretty good, from what I remember. Like, yeah, it's mostly just one really long fetch quest, but it's a really fun version of the castle to explore. I still need to do Half-Blood Prince, though, because it actually does have trophies, and they're all offline, so they're always going to be obtainable. But I've heard it's got some annoying parts to it with some of the potion making and everything. I don't know, maybe I'll do it in, like, 6 years when that season of the show comes out. Worst movie's got to be Deathly Hallows Part 1. Honestly, I feel like Goblet of Fire, and even in some ways Half-Blood Prince, were worse. It's like Deathly Hallows Part 1, yeah, not a whole lot happens in that movie. But it tells the story, honestly, a lot better than some of the other ones do, because, like, Goblet of Fire just had some really weird choices to it. And so did Half-Blood Prince, with some of the weird love stuff, and the fact that the super... I guess that's part of the problem, is that there is literally no chemistry whatsoever between Harry and Ginny's actors in the movies. Like, there is no chemistry between Bonnie Wright and whoever it was that played Harry. There's literally no chemistry between them. They're so awkward to watch on screen together because there was nothing between them. It's an incomplete film. And I guess that's fair. Like, it was technically... Like, they technically could have made one super long movie for all of the 7th one, but... That was a trend at the time of splitting things up. That was a trend at the time. You got it for that, you got it for the Hunger Games, you got it technically for Divergent. They were gonna do it for Maze Runner, but decided against it, surprisingly. And probably other things that I'm not thinking of. What else were they gonna do that for? But speaking of Hunger Games, I actually read Sunrise on the Reaping while I was at the beach over Memorial Weekend. I'm actually super excited for that movie. Because Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes was not the best. That was honestly the weakest book in the series. It was entertaining. It was good in certain ways, especially the final act. Like, the third and final act was actually legitimately really well done, but the first 2 acts were not the most interesting. But Sunrise on the Reaping was actually really good. It's a shorter book, which is nice, but it's actually very good. It's actually very interesting, the way they managed to continue to expand the world. And I'm excited for the movie. They've got McKenna Grace as Maisie Donner, which is, I think, a very good casting choice. Did a good job with, what's his name? Who is it that's playing Plutarch? It's either the one that's playing Plutarch or the one that's playing Snow, but I think it's the one that's playing Plutarch that's so well cast, Jesse Plemons. The one good character in the Civil War movie. I think that one's going to be good. Daniel Radcliffe. Yep, that's it. Both parts combined would have made it a 4.5-hour film. And that is true, and it makes sense more so than something like Hunger Games. Because with Hunger Games, they easily could have done Mockingjay as a single movie. It would have been a slightly longer movie, but they easily could have done so. Because the first part of Mockingjay, almost nothing actually happens of substance. Like, they could have condensed that into an hour and then just done all of Mockingjay Part 2 and would have been fine. With Harry Potter, at least it makes sense because there was a lot of material to cover in the 7th book. I don't feel like they added much unnecessary trim onto it either, so... You know nothing about Harry Potter? Oh man, TJ, I gotta say, you gotta read the books, because the movies are great. I do like the movies. They were one of the best series of adaptations we got. But the books are better. They're really, really fun reads. There's a reason why so many millions and millions of people fell in love with them. And then watch the movies. The movies are... Obviously, the books are always going to be better than the movies, but the movies are actually pretty good for the most part. One of the better adaptations out there. Actually, speaking of adaptations, apparently World War Z's sequel finally got re-greenlit. Which, given how badly they fucked up the original, I don't know how much I actually wanted them to make a sequel to it. World War Z is one of, like, the worst movies based on a book ever, in terms of just how wrong it is compared to the book. Never cared for Harry Potter and Star Wars. No Star Wars either! You gotta watch the original trilogy. The original trilogy is classic. Gotta be watching that. Skip the sequel trilogy, because the sequel trilogy is hot garbage that should have never been made. Oh, what do you think he was doing here? Unusual for someone of his stature to be part of a ground assault. That is a good question. Don't ask questions. Yep, that's probably the right answer. Do not ask questions about Lord Vader, or else you will probably get force choked to death. If we're being completely fair. Listen to your squad mate, cadet. Yeah, watch the original trilogy, watch Rogue One, consider watching the prequel trilogy, skip the sequel trilogy because it's total garbage. At least the split in the Deathly Hallows movies was a decent split. Yeah, it was actually at a great place, because it was right at the perfect time. It made sense where they split it at. And that one would have been such a super long movie if you were going to do it as one full movie. It would have been up there with, like, Gone with the Wind or something. Gone with the Wind, excuse me. Longest movie of all time that actually had intermissions back in the day. See how badly they butchered the Odyssey film? Oh yeah, I heard about it. I heard everything about it. And now Elon Musk actually just offered Mel Gibson $100 million to make a historically accurate version of the Odyssey. Which is awesome. Obviously, $100 million is chump change to Mr. Musk, but it's awesome that they would do that. That's going to be movie making going forward, potentially. Those on the right get sponsored by Elon Musk to actually make decent films. Or at least historically accurate stuff. Which, I mean, I don't give a shit about the Odyssey as its original source material. I don't care. I never read it. It was one of the... I never got forced to read it. So I don't particularly care that much about it. More of a superheroes guy. Fair enough. I am not a fan of superhero stuff for the most part. He's one of those, the Spartan. Of course they did. Yeah, Mel Gibson will do far better. Mel Gibson will do it far better. Speaking of Mel Gibson, I've hinted at this before, but my horrifically awful idea for a challenge in Fallout 76 has to do with a Mel Gibson movie. I can say that. I'm not going to spoil everything about it, but my horrifically awful idea for a challenge run in Fallout 76 has to do with a Mel Gibson movie, where he was the star of it. It's the dumbest idea I've ever had for a challenge, but it's one that I think could actually be pretty interesting. It would be one that would not be streamed. It would be one I would record on my own over a long period of time. It's a 97 Odyssey film. I never saw that one. Yeah, that Fallout challenge idea has to do with a Mel Gibson movie and Fallout 76. Do enough thinking, enough research on it, you can probably figure out what my idea is. And it's a really, really bad idea. That I'd honestly probably need co-op partners for, because I honestly don't know how well it would go trying to do it solo. I mean, I could, most of it wouldn't be that bad. It's gonna be the final infiltration of the fucking silo that I'm worried about, that ends the main story. That's what I'm worried about with it. Just the amount of robots with the equipment I'm gonna have is gonna be horrific. For a fact, Iliad's Odyssey was probably one of the longest stories in Greek literature. It was definitely one of the longest. I'll give another hint. It had to do with both Mel Gibson and Heath Ledger. Another legend. We could have easily had someone like Orlando Bloom play in the Odyssey film. They could have. And the Greeks are pissed off about it. The people from Greece are really pissed off about it and boycotting it. Yeah, it's an idea for a Fallout 76 challenge run that's incredibly dumb, but could actually be fun to do, in a way. Or I'd be just crying the entire time, most likely. Unless I had partners for it. It actually would probably be kind of fun to do in co-op, now that I really think about it. Travis Scott in the movie? Yeah, they had Travis Scott in it. I forgot that was a thing. He's like a bard, isn't he? Is he the one that's the bard, or am I thinking of some other random person they added into it? I don't know. I'm not wasting my money to go see it. I don't care enough about the source material in this case to be pissed off about it. It's not like something with Harry Potter, where I actually know the source material enough to be pissed off about it. So I don't have as much of an opinion on the Odyssey as I do on some of these other things. Because the Harry Potter TV series, of course, completely fucked up the casting, as we all know. And that is a series I do care heavily for. And they very much royally fucked up the casting of it. Professor Snape is a very interesting change in skin color for someone who was described as being pale white like a vampire throughout the books. I'll leave it at that, though. I won't go down a soapbox on that tonight. I'll just leave it at that. If you know, you know. Maybe every single check went in for that. Yep, pretty much. Once you have the tri-tip, I could use that. I could use that, actually. That is a very good thing to mention. I kind of forgot about this. I mean, is it really any faster? I guess I could see how. I'm also just used to using the basic power washer because I'm lazy about switching stuff and upgrading equipment in games. Those of you that know me know that that's the thing about me, is I'm very lazy with a lot of gaming stuff. Yeah, that definitely seems to be going faster. Thank you for mentioning that to me. Hopefully that speeds things up a little bit. This is one of the longer jobs in this DLC, possibly one of the longest. Well, no, I think the ship bridge is going to be the longest one. I think that's going to be, like, by far the longest one. It does have more range, though, I will say that. It has a lot more range than the standard launchers do. I've also been trying to figure out what I want to do next for retro achievements once we get done with all this Black Ops insanity. I had to figure out what I want to do next for retro achievements aside from continuing to work on Mario Baseball. I gotta get Wii support integrated, in all honesty. I think is a big part of it. I really need to get Wii support integrated into Dolphin so I can actually play Wii games. Play like Super Mario Galaxy or something would be a lot of fun. I think that would be a great time to play through. I love Mario Galaxy. It's one of my all-time favorites. In fact, they added Tom Holland in that movie, which I don't think is the worst idea. Overrated at this point. What did they have him... What did he even do in the movie? I didn't even know he was in the movie. I wasn't following it closely, but what the hell did he even do in the movie? Like, what role was he? No problem. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely better. It's a little bit better, at least. I don't think it's the end of the world to use the regular nozzles, though. Alright, we're over 50%, which is great. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be the worst job alongside the ship's bridge. I think it's going to be the other worst job. Because the Millennium Falcon and the X-Wing are probably going to be shorter jobs. Because the X-Wing's going to be definitely short. There's not a whole lot to clean on an X-Wing. Millennium Falcon, if it's only the outside of it, is not going to be that much. Oh, lag. Lag spike there. I hear that Stallone is making a new Rocky movie. Really? A true story of when he was writing the script? Oh, okay. It's going to be like him making the movie with a screenplay and him showing... So it's going to be more like a biopic, almost. Is what it sounds like. I'm certainly not against that. Stallone's one of the greats, so I'm certainly not against that. I don't know, though. I'm not a big, like, biopic type of person, so... Not a huge documentary person for the most part, so... I hope it's good, though. I hope it ends up going well. Because I like Stallone, so I hope it goes well. Get all this underside cleaned up. We're going to be better off just cleaning the other side here in a second. Just seeing what's left afterward. Get the undercarriage cleaned. Oh yeah, this one's going to be annoying to clean the last little bits of, isn't it? Even with it counting early sometimes. Alright, get that bit up there. Excellent. 57%. Can't wait for that. It's going to be the 50th anniversary of the series. Oh, okay. Oh, he's not directing it apparently, but it's still going to be awesome. They got an actor to play Stallone. Okay, fair enough. I mean, he is up there in age. He is a little bit up there in age. I still remember one of his most bizarre roles, Spy Kids 3. Spy Kids 3D Game Over, actually, was the name of it. I still remember that. When he played, like, 3 different villains in it. That was a choice. Looking back on it, that was a choice. Don't get me wrong, I like the Spy Kids movies. They're dumb enough to be really fun to watch. But that was definitely a choice, casting him as the villain, but he plays like 4 different villains in it. Alright, let's clean off the head of the AT-AT a bit. The AT-AT. Oh, we're at 60%. We're getting a message. Why did we head south? All the large transporters were north. Don't ask questions that you aren't prepared for the answers. Is probably what your answer is going to be. Ask me, it was after that Corellian freighter. Yeah, maybe Vader has his reasons. Did you ever think that Vader, the second in command to your empire, medical base secured, sir, did you ever think that the second in command of this empire might have his reasons for going after specific targets? You're a low-level stormtrooper grunt. He is the second in command for the empire. Did you ever think that he might actually have his reasonings? Or is that too much for your little stormtrooper brain to comprehend? You ain't no Commander Cody. You don't have deep thoughts, so... Well, we're about to have to jump to the top of this. Uh-oh. Well, at least there's no fall damage. Come on, I wanted to jump over. There we go. I just noticed all the old turrets and stuff smoking out there. That's pretty cool. Alright, that part's done. Okay, that's done. Get the turret fixed up here. Get the front plate fixed. Get this area fixed. Get the little net tube cleaned up. We're still only 2/3 of the way through this job somehow. Like I said, this might be the longest one in this DLC, unless the bridge job is worse, so it's not that surprising. Remember the Spy Kids movies? They were super fun to watch. Oh, heck yeah, they were fun to watch. I saw the third one so many times, I had a bunch of extra 3D goggles saved. Back when that was a whole craze. And then the Rugrats movie that came out that had the smell-o-vision. Because that was actually a thing, for those who probably don't remember it. Alright, clean off the visor, clean off all those little things. Clean the undersides here just a little bit. Okay, we got the legs down there as well. Got the outside gun area. Okay, that gun's good. I still don't like how much it's lagging, though, for a random DLC. Really haven't cleaned this other side of the thing yet, so it's going to be where a lot of our progress still is. All right, let's go ahead and fall down. Alright, we're getting the underside a little bit here. Probably not the most efficient way to do it, but we'll take it. Okay. Some lag there. Hopefully get the outsides here, get the tips of the guns. Every time we get that ding, it's one less thing I have to worry about. Alright, I think it's time to climb up this thing. Alright, climb up this side, see what we can get. Get everything... Okay, lag. We're over 70%, so... We're getting through this job for sure tonight. Probably one more at... Well, I don't know how long that starship bridge is going to be. So that might be a rather long job, so... We'll have to see about that. Okay, got that. Got the wheel joint. Okay, clean the outside here. The outside of the head. All them panels going off, always a good thing to hear. See why soak would be useful on this job, though, given just how many little random tiny things we have to clean. Get the upper one, get that area, 76%. Got the infamous Festival of Blood online trophy out of the way since they're shutting down soon. Platinum 2 5 years ago. Ooh, very nice. Glad you got that done in time. I still hate that they're shutting all that down because it was a great game. Infamous 2 was a great game. I still technically prefer Infamous 1, but 2 was still a good one. Again, those are games that need remasters or remakes or something. Give us something else with the Infamous franchise, even if it's not a new game. Just give us the old classics back. I think Infamous was one of my free games back during the PlayStation Network shutdown of 2011, which some of you guys might be too young to even remember, which is crazy to say out loud. Alright, we should be getting another lore drop here in just a moment. We're almost at 80%. Let's see what they say next. No dialogue at 80%? Really? Huh. It's a bit surprising. I thought for sure we would get some dialogue at 80%. Hopefully they'll give us a remake of the first one, do something better with their blast shards. Yeah, if they did something to make the blast shard collection less of a pain in the ass, I would love to play through that one again. That is the only bad thing about Infamous 1, is the blast shard collecting being just such a pain in the ass. Because in Infamous 2, we got some kind of detector for them that was better, and the later ones, we actually got them showing up on the map, but there were also a lot less of them. Just give us whatever the Infamous 2 system was would be totally fine, in all honesty, because it was so much better. Alright, clean out those little wheel areas there. We're at 81% now, which is not bad. You were able to snag a copy of Skylander's Swap Force with the PS4 for $80 after fees, 110 to 160. Okay, nice. So you got it like almost half off pretty much. Always good getting deals. Deals and steals. Always a good thing. We're at 82%. Some of those jobs would be a lot better in co-op, though, because you'd have someone working on each part of the AT-AT and speed it up a lot. But I don't know how the trophies actually work in co-op. $75 before fees, going to charge 80, but for some reason did 75. Well, then I hope it works. If he gave you a discount, I hope that means it works correctly. You didn't get scammed or something. 'Cause I'm always wary of things that seem too good to be true, so... Okay, roof armor's pretty good. Let's get this back plate here. Up to 83%, 84%. Clean this little area out. Lag. This is all one big piece of roof armor with a few panels in it, so nothing too crazy here. Gonna need to bring one of the abseilers back here, most likely. Oh, I thought I was gonna crash there. Thought for sure I was about to crash there. Okay, come on. I said to put the abseiler down. Okay, that leg's good. That whole area we gotta clean out. Ugh, that's gonna take a little while. We're only at, yeah, only at 85%, so it's gonna take a little while. More of the underside cleaned. Alright, get that butthole area cleaned. That's kind of what it looks like, if we're being honest. Okay, that part's cleaned. It's your final PS4 Skylanders game. Have all four. Hold on to them because they'll shoot up. Definitely. Sounds good. Did they ever give up the announcement with League Play was ending? Like FC became unobtainable. I don't remember if they ever made an announcement of it, but thankfully in the new version of the game, you just have to start the campaign to pop the trophy. So yeah, they changed it for the new version. Thankfully. I'm not sure if they ever did, but I was not big on the internet back then. I was not following a lot of the internet stuff back then. It's possible they did, but I honestly don't know. I feel like it was a sudden thing, though. I really feel like it was a sudden thing, from what I remember. Because it caught a lot of people off guard. Now, I did it back, like, right when the game came out, so I didn't have a problem with it, but... I thought they were legally required to, like, give some level of announcement before things got shut down, but I guess not. Same thing that happened with the original Homefront, is they gave no notice whatsoever when it shut down. Alright, get that part, and that part. Alright, 90%. Oh, we're getting the transmission. Hold on. Get back to Lord Vader's shuttle. He's demanding all ships pursue the escaped fighter. Freighter. Looks like you were right. Now move it. Apparently it's not that urgent because I'm required to be here to finish cleaning this AT-AT for the next 20 minutes, probably. Alright, let's get this leg cleaned. Some of this underside is going to be really annoying to clean. This is where I think the difficulty is going to come from in this job, is all this underside stuff. Yeah, it's like entirely underside stuff that still needs to be cleaned. I guess that's where the scissor walker is going to come in. Or scissor lift. I don't know why I call it a scissor walker. Scissor man on the brain, I guess. Alright, let's put this right here. And raise it up a little bit. Somebody want to get a copy of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green for the Game Boys. The Transformers game with the online had no warning back in 2020 and them shutting down. I'm pretty sure the one that I platinum back in like 2010 never got an announcement either. It was like Transformers Revenge of the Fallen. Which I'm actually still very proud of that platinum because it's actually a pretty rare one. It's not that hard. That's very rare. If you hear a random beeping noise sometimes in the background, it's my other laptop, my dead MacBook, trying to charge, I guess. And having problems with that. Alright, we're 94%, which is good. Just that last 5% is not going to be fun. Get the inside of that leg. We're at 95%. It's not actually giving us notifications yet of the remaining objects. And still at 95, unfortunately. Oh, got something cleaned, thankfully. $96. I don't see anything else immediately on the legs, which is good. Oh, there's some. In the joints here. Over there. Alright, 96%. We're almost there. Because you play the game through emulation, but owning an authentic copy would be nice. Oh, yeah, I mean, I love the idea of owning an actual authentic copy of a lot of stuff. A lot of physical copies of stuff, of course, given how everything is. We can't go any higher. That's not good. I have to move the scissor lift a little bit. Oh, this has so much random crap in it. It has to be cleaned. Let's move it to the center here. This is definitely the most annoying job so far of the DLC, that's for sure. There's a lot of little tiny areas you have to clean out. Alright, 97. Clean out this little interior here. Alright, get this little area. It's good. Oh, there we go. We got our objective markers showing up. Wonderful. Okay, I apparently need to go unplug the old laptop because it's freaking the fuck out. It doesn't even work anymore, so I just don't have a way to, like, get rid of everything on the, like, all the old stuff on my hard drive, which includes, like, personal security information type stuff, so probably need to destroy the hard drive with that. So it's got logins and all that kind of shit on it, so I do not want people to be able to hack that by stealing the old laptop. Because I've used a lot of similar passwords for a long time, so do not need someone getting access to the bank account. That would be very bad. That'd be very bad. Alright, let's put it over here this time. Still only at 97% somehow. Wonderful. It's always the last few percent that's annoying. It's always the last few percent that sucks. %. I don't know if I can abseil in here or not. Okay, got that piece. Okay, is there another way I can get in there? Like, is there another place I can put this abseiler at? I can put it on the other side here, but that's not... I don't know if this is going to be... Actually, yeah, this is going to be kind of helpful. Hold on. Yeah, I actually had a fair bit on this side. Okay, this is good. That's 98%. That's awesome. 98% still. %. Let's go. We're up to 99% on this level. Almost there. Another maybe 20 things to finish cleaning. Then we're done. All those noises are great. Let's see what the next job is. It's probably... It might be another long one. Might be the bridge job. Then after that, though, we have 2 short jobs. The Millennium Falcon and the X-Wing. At least I assume those are both going to be shorter. They seem like they would be shorter. Oh, okay, so that's going to be one that we have to find another way to clean. Okay, get the underside cleaned. Excellent. Oh, there's still several things under here that need to be cleaned, though. That was the interior of that, and potentially the... Yeah, the other side also needs some cleaning. Okay. A little bit over there. Then there's stuff over there. We're going to need to move this over to the other side, I believe. Let's get this ladder out of the way. Ah, great. The abseiler moved all the way back to here. Of course it did. Okay, that's good. That's good. Put one up here. That little bit cleaned. That little area cleaned. Okay, that part's done. Get that interior here cleaned. Get up there done. Perfect. Get that little area done. Awesome. I don't really have anything else to say here. It's getting kind of delirious because we've been on the same job for a long time now. On the other abseiler, so see if we can get everything right there. Perfect. Well, we got several things back here that still need some cleaning. Get that little area done. That little area up there done. There's still more than 3 things left, unfortunately. Let's get this out of the way. Let's move the abseiler over as needed. Oh, yep. It's all over here, apparently. Alright. Move the abseiler over here, and hopefully that's everything. Oh, yeah. There's a lot here. A lot of joints and stuff left here that didn't get cleaned out. Whole lot of area here that didn't get cleaned. Okay. Get that little interior right there done. Awesome. Get this little panel done. Excellent. Get that panel done. Another panel. There we go. We're down to our last 3 objects. Thank God. Okay, this job took quite a while. This was a long one. I'm not overly surprised it was a longer one, but it did take a while. Well, I don't know what's left there, so I guess we're just gonna go on the abseiler again. Hope for the best. Inner rear panel. I see nothing in there. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I think we've almost got it. And I find your lack of soap disturbing. As well as... Whoa, that got him. Excellent trophies right there. Job complete. That was a longer one. I'm not overly surprised that one took a while, but it did. Decontamination and cleansing protocols are complete. Head up to the Executor. Okay. Yeah, we're getting a legit full-on story for this DLC, which is crazy. It's a legit full-on Star Wars story with this DLC. Again, I can dig it. I'm not mad about this in the slightest. Here's the professional duty washer, okay. I don't know if we're quite going to get through the entirety of this tonight, though. Ha! Stupid mouse droid. Fuel transmission needed. Captain Nita, an update on your pursuit of the Millennium Falcon. Isn't he the one that dies? You have to regain contact and continue to sustain considerable damage from the asteroid field. You heard Lord Vader. We need that ship, Captain. Intensify shields and continue your search. Update me as soon as anything changes. Yes, sir. Someone's about to die in this, from what I remember from Episode 5. Someone dies. At least one of them dies. It might be multiple of them. Lord Vader does not like failure. He will force choke you to death if you fail. Okay, let's go with the tri-tip nozzle, though. Seems to be a bit faster. Alright, 8% already, not bad. This job, we got the miscellaneous trophy done, so there's one miscellaneous trophy left for either the Millennium Falcon or the X-Wing. I think it's the Millennium Falcon job, though, where we have to do that one. So I think that's the last job. We're already 11% of the way there. Not too bad. We got that in just a couple of minutes, so let's hope we can keep that momentum going. It's really the best option for super close range, though, in comparison to the yellow nozzle. I feel like it's super close range. The yellow nozzle might still be better. So none of these jobs are insanely long, just the AT-AT job takes a while, just given the way it's designed. I would love to get through this DLC tonight, but I'm not sure it's quite going to happen. Given how long that AT-AT job took, given we still have another 2 jobs after this. X-Wing's going to be quick, but I don't know how long the Millennium Falcon's going to be. Yeah, we're only at 15% on this, so we got a long way to go. Alright, clean up the grates. Excellent. And we're getting about 1% every few seconds, which is good. Solid progress. We can keep that up. Oh, we got some story info here. Millennium Falcon has retreated to the interior of a large asteroid. Understood. Secure all possible escape routes. Clearly it didn't secure them because the Millennium Falcon escapes. And a bunch of other stuff happens. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Ma'am, no, ma'am. I don't know. There were females in the Imperial Army, I think. They definitely were in the First Order. Let's get this light good and cleaned. Alright, 24%, so yeah, we're making about 1% of progress every, like, 30 seconds, which is not bad. We should be able to get through this and the X-Wing tonight, though, which would actually be pretty solid. We won't get through the Millennium Falcon most likely tonight, but I can knock that out on a follow-up stream at some point. Or partial stream or something like that. Or it'll just be part of the video eventually. Because all the difficult trophies are done, so it's just finishing the DLC at this point and one more miscellaneous. Some interesting looking stains there. Anyone watched Bilal Dawson's videos where stains is the word of the year? Where he's reviewing the worst hotels in the country, and it's actually pretty entertaining. It makes me want to go do, like, review the 5 worst hotels in the state of South Carolina. The only reason I say South Carolina is because I can drive to them and I can have an AR in my backpack during it, or my suitcase, so if it seems sketchy, I at least have a way to protect myself. So if it's in, like, Columbia or something, or seedy parts of Charleston, or some of the, like, Orangeburg or some shit like that, I'd be definitely concerned. Or even Murderburg would be kind of unfortunate. That's Spartanburg. That would be kind of unfortunate as well. Because I stayed at a really shitty hotel in Atlanta last time I went on a work trip. Because I got stuck because of a delayed flight and shit, so I got stuck in Atlanta overnight, and it was the shittiest hotel ever. If it was my mom, she would have, like, not stayed there and just demanded stuff from the manager and shit, but, like, I slept in it. Uncomfortably, but I slept in it, thinking that someone was going to break into my window in the middle of the night. because that was a very real possibility given where I was in the hotel, but thankfully that didn't happen. Atlanta's not a nice place. Don't live in Atlanta. Atlanta's kind of not a nice place to live. Like, one of my best friends from college lives in the general area. I don't know how. He's got a pretty good job, so I guess it makes sense. He can probably live in a nice area of it. Alright, 31%, so progress is coming along. I'm surprised they didn't have a Death Star job, in all honesty. I'm actually very surprised they didn't have one on the Death Star. Because that totally seems like something they would want to do for a Star Wars DLC, but I guess they're concerned enough with storytelling they didn't want to do it. Which is a choice, and I'm not mad about it. I'm just kind of surprised they wouldn't have a Star Wars one. Alright, we're a third of the way through. Get the undersides here. We're up to 35%, so still progress being made. Clean the little table off. Little hollow table. Get the underside there, 36%. Get the insides here. Alright, that's much cleaner. Got nearly this entire, like, early part of the ship cleaned up at almost 40% of the job. Notifications, oh, it's just Discord shit from the guide writing group. Our Black Ops 1 guide should actually be ready to go anytime now. That should get published very soon. Black Ops 2 is taking a little bit longer because, God forbid I actually get a minute to think about myself in life. Work is just trying to kill me still. And the sad thing is I could probably make more as a server at Outback at this point. I'm realizing that more and more that I could probably make just as much as a server at a high-end restaurant. I already convinced people to buy or to take illegal drugs at this point, or experimental drugs. They're technically not legal yet as an entire career, so I feel like I convinced people to eat an extra steak. And it forces me to compromise certain morals because I convince people to take certain drugs that are not good for them, that end up doing very bad things to their bodies. Thankfully, some of our doctors have a fucking moral compass, thankfully, but not all of them do. And some of them care more about profit than actually caring about their patients. Yeah, given I have a job of convincing people to take experimental drugs as my entire living, I should be able to convince people to buy a nice steak off the menu. Probably a lot less stressful, probably a lot less traveling around, probably a lot less being pissed off at the world every day. Okay, that panel's clean, so that's pretty much all the panels there. We're almost at 40%. Let's see if we get another story moment here in a second. Get the chairs. Get the underside. Oh yeah, so I randomly decided today I'm going to try to grow some Carolina Reaper peppers. I don't know why that thought popped into my head today, but I decided to do it. So I bought some seeds for a grand total of like $10.90. Presumably they're real seeds, so I guess we'll find out. And I'm going to try to grow some Carolina Reapers and just see what the hell happens at this point. Because I like growing random foods, even if they make no sense, because it's fun. I love growing just random ass shit in my garden. It's fun. I freaking love doing that. Because you never know what you're actually going to get. This year, my garden includes Japanese cucumbers, which are apparently sweeter than American cucumbers. I don't know, because I hate cucumbers to begin with, so whoever eats them, I hope likes them. I have sunflowers that are now 12 feet tall because I've been crossbreeding them for the last 5 years, or selectively breeding them for the last 5 years to become big. And yeah, I want to see if I can actually grow Carolina Reaper. I'm sure as hell not going to eat said Carolina Reaper, but I have people that will. That will at least try it, so... That's my current goal now, is I want to grow Carolina Reaper, because why the hell not? We've closed all additional escape routes for the Rebel ship they will have to service eventually. It's now only a matter of time. Make them surface. Increase your bombing runs to flush them out, Captain. Lord Vader will expect an update immediately. Imminently. Immediately. Yeah, I don't know what possessed me to decide to try to grow Carolina Reapers, but I felt like... For some reason, I felt like I want to do it today. I'm going to try. We're going to see what happens. Again, I'm not going to eat it because I have a pretty high spice tolerance, but I ain't got the tolerance for something that's 15 times hotter than a habanero, and twice the heat of a ghost pepper, which is the hottest naturally occurring pepper in the world. But I know people that will try to at least eat them, so if I can manage to make it grow, I'm going to have fun with that. And actually, part of it is, I kind of want to try... I don't know if I'd be able to successfully do it because I have no knowledge on the topic. But I kind of want to try to crossbreed it with a ghost pepper and see what happens. I have slight knowledge as to how that's done. But yeah, part of me wants to try to breed a ghost pepper with a Carolina Reaper and see what happens. And I feel like if it's successful, it's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to dilute the Carolina Reaper to a heat that's closer to a ghost pepper, which is still extraordinarily hot, or it's going to create some giant pepper monstrosity that's going to put someone in the fucking hospital for eating it. Which I don't really want to be responsible for that, but it'd be cool to have the hottest pepper in the world. That'd be pretty neat. That'd actually be pretty neat. I have a green thumb, so I've always been good with plants. And a weird part of me really wants to try to, like, hybridize a Carolina Reaper with a ghost pepper and just see what happens. I can't imagine it ends well, but a part of me really wants to do that and just see what happens. I don't want to kill someone with a capsaicin overload. At the same time, could have the spiciest pepper in the world, and that'd be a world record. That'd be pretty damn nice. My only world record right now is a record from fucking Civil War History Channel game, high score for a level. That's my only world record right now. That, and I think I still have the fastest time for Thrillville. I think I still have the fastest platinum time for Thrillville. That's my other world record. I had a record for most guides written. I'm not sure if I still have it, though. Because we have certain people that have written a lot of lesser quality guides to catch up in numbers. Certain people, they know who they are, that have written a lot of lesser quality guides. Why is this Star Destroyer... Is it snow or ice or something? Is that what's going on here? Is that why it's so covered in stuff? Or is it dust or what? I'm not sure they clearly defined it. Alright, clean the ceiling out a little bit. Alright, we're over 50%, which is good. Yep, 51% still, not bad. It's completion, so that's good. Alright, let's get these windows cleaned. Alright, come on. What's the missing on these windows? Come on. On the other side, potentially, is what's missing. Yes, it is. Alright, 53%. %. Get that part cleaned. Ooh, not even 55 yet. Took a while to get to 55 there. Alright, 56. $56. $57. Let's go. 57 Immortals, or whatever that group was. 54 Immortals, I think was their name in Black Ops 3. Not like that actually matters at this point, but just a random notice. Okay, get all that. Get that. And clean. Let's go. Alright, 59, getting up to 60, so we should get another story note here in a second. Yep, we do. Permission to withdraw the Avenger, sir. Damage is close to critical. Denied. Orders are for your Star Destroyer to remain there until contact with the Millennium Falcon is reestablished. Even if it kills you. He's so compliant. He's like, yes, sir. I'm not going to say anything more beyond that, but I will do it. Several ships flying out and about in space, which is pretty cool to see. Alright, get that part cleaned up. Well, they're sending out ships to find them, but they're not finding anything, apparently. I mean, isn't it confirmed that the Empire Strikes Back takes place over the course of many weeks? Because it would take them weeks to get to Cloud City without a hyperdrive. I'm pretty sure that's a confirmed thing within Star Wars canon at this point. It would take them weeks to reach Cloud City without a hyperdrive, which would allow Boba Fett and everyone else to reach it first. 65%, almost 2/3 of the way through this job. Also, though, it's getting late. I don't know if we're going to get through another job tonight. Probably get through this one, but that'll be it. I'll be cutting it close on anything beyond this job. Even this job is going to be cutting it kind of close. And is this window not cleaned yet? It's just the bulkhead in general. Clean. 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 %, so we're 2/3 of the way there on this job. Let's see if we get any lore drops at 70%. No lore drops, unfortunately. Okay, so maybe at 80% we get a lore drop. Lore drops are fun. Adds on a lot to this. I wonder if any of this is actually official or not. Alright, 74%. Clean this giant blob. She gets 75%. Somehow still not at 75%. I don't know how. There we go, 75%. Okay. The whole area's cleaned. Awesome. Get the ceiling area cleaned. Control panel's cleaned. Wall is cleaned. It's still at 75%, but that whole thing's cleaned out, so that's good. Let's clean this lower area now. Alright, 76%. 77. Alright. Yeah, I do wonder how great this particular head is for super close range stuff like this. I think what's going to happen is we're just going to finish off this job, and that's where we're going to call it the night. Because I'm getting pretty tired, so probably finish off this job and then call it the night. So we'll have 2 more jobs to do on a future stream. Or off stream. I don't know if it'll be done on or off yet. Yeah, we can at least finish off this job. The last 20% of it. Fire spray attack craft. Prepare for docking. YV666, a light freighter, prepare for docking. Are those the bounty hunter ships coming in? Yeah, those have got to be the bounty hunter ships. That's got to be what that is. That's got to be what that is. Who authorized them, Lieutenant? Yeah, are those the bounty hunters? Lord Vader authorized it. Yeah, you better not be questioning Lord Vader if you want to live. That's a good way to get yourself killed very quickly, is questioning Lord Vader. That is a very good way to get yourself killed very quickly, is questioning Lord Vader. Yeah, I think once we finish this job, that's going to be it for tonight, because I'm getting very tired, and still got to show up to work tomorrow. I mean, I could realistically call out tomorrow. It wouldn't hurt anything, but since I'm not a female with children, I'm not allowed to call out, so that's unfortunately how it is. Or a boomer best friend of the boss, CEO person. If I was one of those two, I could call out whenever I wanted for any reason, but I'm neither of those two, so I'm not allowed to call out for any reason. Because they made sure to put my nuts in a vice when they found out I had a potential girlfriend with a child. They could not possibly risk me, you know, being married or having a girlfriend at all or having a kid at all. So they made my life a living hell during that time period. With constant jobs at the other office and just constant other living hell. Just to make sure that I wouldn't be able to potentially have a family or anything like that. Because it would have hurt John's bottom line. He would have slightly fewer yachts and cars and houses. Because God forbid he has to give up one of his yachts or houses to pay the employees somewhat fairly. He's a fucking boomer, and he's the most fucking boomerest boomer to ever fucking boomer. He refuses to quit or die. He's old enough that he should be dead by now, so... hopefully he does die sometime soon and someone else takes over. That would actually be a great thing to have happen, would be him dying. Slowly and painfully would be preferred, of course, but I'll take whatever that gets him out of there. %, so we're almost there. We're getting closer. %. Get the floorboards cleaned up a little bit. That's very dirty. I wouldn't think this water would be all that great to mix with electricity like this. Just saying, unless the ship has a very good water filtration system and gets the water out of there almost immediately, which I'm assuming it doesn't. Still only at 88% somehow. We're about to hit 90%. Let's see if we can get that from this little bit of dirt. Get the underside here. Get the underside of this one as well. All these little controls have things going for them. Get all of that. Get all of that. That little area. That wall's good. That pillar, we're at 90%. Finger's starting to cramp up a little bit. We've been holding the R2 button down for like 3 hours straight. Still at 90%. $91s. That's progress at least finally being made again. Alright, got that, got that. Let's get this wall before we drop down in. Ship's still going out trying to find the Millennium Falcon. The bounty hunters are here now, which is pretty cool that they actually give us story behind that. That's actually very cool. I like that a lot. There's an auto spray button, R1. There is? I'll have to test that out in the future then. Because we're already almost done with this job at this point, so there's not really a point of doing anything else. I mean, I'm holding R2, so... Alright, we're at 92%. This should be the last area that needs to be cleared out. $93. $94, let's go. Almost done with this job. Almost done. $95, awesome. Okay, we're at 95 still. Okay, we're up to 96, perfect. Get the floor cleaned up here. Good. $97, let's go. We got the things popping up now. So yeah, I think once we finish off this job, that'll probably be it for tonight, because I am getting tired. Yeah, God, it's been 4.5 hours, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting very tired. It's been 4.5 hours. Been a lot later than I thought it would be. 4.5 hours and we're still not done with this DLC, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I wasn't playing it optimally at first, but still. Again, it's not like I care that much about going into work tomorrow. It's a barely non-busy day. %. Let's go. We're almost there. Almost there. We'll clean these from up here. That's easier. All those satisfying dings. Oh, little spot right there. Cleaned. Little spot right there. Cleaned. Get the inside of this cleaned. Floor's good. There we go. That one's good. Ah, the underside is not clean. That makes sense. Alright, what's left? A little bit in the ceiling here. Let's get that. Get the undersides here again. Got it. Got it. Still multiple more things to clean. Still quite a few more things to clean somehow at 99%. There goes the mouse droid. Oh, yeah, that is definitely not clean yet. Surprised how this last 1% always seems to take 10 times as long as any other percentage in this. What exactly is it that you want me to clean here? Ah, the backs of these. Okay. There we go. 3 things left. We're almost done. Thank God. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. That's all that's left. Okay, tonight's stream took longer than I thought it would, honestly, and we're still not done with the DLC, which is kind of crazy. We still got 2 more jobs to do. But we got 7 out of the 10 trophies for the DLC, which I am not mad about. Currently going for the GTA 5 plat. Good luck with that. Yeah, X-Wing's only $80. That's going to be a quick one. I'm not super worried about that one. But I am exhausted. I am going to bed. Tomorrow night, I don't know what the game plan is. There's a very high percentage chance we're going to be jumping into Black Ops 2 tomorrow and working on both Transit and Die Rise. That's the current plan. Not making any guarantees on that. There's a chance that we can't get all together at once. So if that's the case, I'll be finishing off the Star Wars pack. But it's only 2 more levels and 1 more miscellaneous trophy, and none of them seem difficult. So yeah. Thank y'all for watching. See y'all back here tomorrow for something.